Part 3, Chapter 2 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by William Jones. Part 3, Chapter 2, Public Opinion Formed by Education. Reverend Charles C. Jones, in his interesting work on the religious instruction of Negroes, has a passage which so peculiarly describes that influence of public opinion which we have been endeavoring to illustrate, that we shall copy it. Quote, "Habits of feeling and prejudices in relation to any subject are wont to take their rise out of our education or circumstances. Every man knows their influence to be great in shaping opinions and conduct, and ofttimes how unwittingly they are formed, that while we may be unconscious of their existence, they may grow with our growth and strengthen with our strength. Familiarity converts deformity into comeliness. Hence we are not always the best judges of our condition. Another may remark inconveniences, and indeed real evils in it, of which we may be said to have been all our lives scarcely conscious. So also evils which upon first acquaintance revolted our whole nature and appeared intolerable, custom almost makes us forget even to see. Men passing out of one state of society into another encounter 1,000 things to which they feel that they can never be reconciled. Yet, shortly after, their sensibilities become dulled. A change passes over them. They scarcely know how. They have accommodated themselves to their new circumstances and relations. They are Romans in Rome. Let us now inquire what are the educational influences which bear upon the mind educated in constant familiarity with the slave system. Take any child of ingenuous mind and of generous heart, and educate him under the influences of slavery, and what are the things which go to form his character? An anecdote which a lady related to the writer may be in point in this place. In giving an account of some of the things which induced her to remove her family from under the influence of slavery, she related the following incident. Looking out of her nursery window one day, she saw her daughter, about 3 years of age, seated in her little carriage, with 6 or 8 young negro children harnessed into it for horses. 2 or 3 of the older slaves were standing around their little mistress, and one of them, putting a whip into her hand, said, "Here, missy, whip 'em well, make 'em go. They're all your niggers." What a moral and religious lesson was this for that young soul! The mother was a judicious woman, who never would herself have taught such a thing, but the whole influence of slave society had burnt it into the soul of every negro, and through them it was communicated to the child. As soon as the child is old enough to read the newspapers, he sees in every column such notices as the following from a late Richmond Whig and other newspapers: "Large sale of negroes, horses, mules, cattle, and so forth. The subscriber, under a decree of the Circuit Superior Court for Fluvanna County, will proceed to sell by public auction at the late residence of William Galt, deceased, on Tuesday the 30th day of November, and Wednesday on the 1st day of December next, beginning at 11 o'clock, the negroes, stock, and so forth, of all kinds, belonging to the estate, consisting of 175 negroes, amongst whom are some carpenters and blacksmiths, 10 horses, 33 mules, 100 head of cattle, 100 sheep, 200 hogs, 1,500 barrels of corn, oats, fodder, and so forth, the plantation, and shop tools of all kinds. The negroes will be sold for cash. The other property on a credit of 9 months, the purchaser giving bond with approved security. James Galt, administrator of William Galt, deceased, October 19th. From the Nashville Gazette, November 23rd, 1852. Great sale of negroes, mules, cattle, and so forth. On Tuesday, the 21st day of December next, at the plantation of the late N.A. McNary, near the Lawrence Railroad, 22 young and likely negroes, comprising able-bodied field hands, good cooks, house servants, and an excellent blacksmith, about 1,500 bushels of corn, a quantity of fodder, hogs, mules, sheep, neat cattle, household and kitchen furniture, and other property. Terms made public on the day of sale. M.C. Gary, December 1st. Lawrenceville Herald. Copy till date of sale. From the South Carolinian, October 21st, 1852. Estate sale of valuable property. The undersigned, as administrator of the estate of Colonel T. Randall, deceased, will sell on Monday, the 20th December next, all the personal property belonging to said estate, consisting of 56 negroes, stock, corn, fodder, and so forth and so forth. The sale will take place at the residence of the deceased on Sandy River, 10 miles west of Chesterville. Terms of sale: the negroes on a credit of 12 months, with interest from day of sale, and 2 good sureties. The other property will be sold for cash. Samuel J. Randall. See also the New Orleans Bee, October 28th. After advertising the landed estate of Madeline Lanou, deceased, comes the following enumeration of chattels: 12 slaves, men and women, a small, quite new schooner, a ferrying flatboat, some cows, calves, heifers, and sheep, a lot of household furniture, the contents of a store consisting of hardware, crockeryware, groceries, dry goods, etc. Now suppose all parents to be as pious and benevolent as Mr. Jones, a thing not at all to be hoped for as things are, and suppose them to try their very best to impress on the child a conviction that all souls are of equal value in the sight of God, that the Negro soul is as truly beloved of Christ and ransomed with his blood as the master's, and is there any such thing as making him believe or realize it? Will he believe that which he sees every week advertised with hogs and horses and fodder, and cottonseed and refuse furniture, bedsteads, tables and chairs, is indeed so divine a thing? We will suppose that the little child knows some pious slave, that he sees them at the communion table partaking in a far-off solitary manner of the sacramental bread and wine. He sees his pious father and mother recognize the slave as a Christian brother. They tell him that he is an heir of God, a joint heir with Jesus Christ. And the next week he sees him advertised in the paper in company with a lot of hogs, stock, and fodder. Can the child possibly believe in what his Christian parents have told him when he sees this? We have spoken now of only the common advertisements of the paper, but suppose the child to live in some districts of the country, and advertisements of a still more degrading character meet his eye. In the state of Alabama, a newspaper devoted to politics, literature, and education has a standing weekly advertisement of which this is the copy. Notice: the undersigned, having an excellent pack of hounds for trailing and catching runaway slaves, informs the public that his prices in the future will be as follows for such services: for each day employed in hunting or trailing, $2.50; for catching each slave, $10; for going over 10 miles and catching slaves, $20. If sent for, the above prices will be exacted in cash. The subscriber resides 1 mile and a half south of Dadeville, Alabama. Signed, B. Black. The reader will see, by the print sign at the bottom, that it is a season advertisement and therefore would meet the eye of the child week after week. The paper from which we have cut this contains amongst its extracts passages from Dickens' Household Words, from Professor Felton's article in the Christian Examiner on the relation of the sexes, and a most beautiful and chivalrous appeal from the eloquent Senator Soule on the legal rights of women. Now let us ask, since this paper is devoted to education, what sort of an educational influence such advertisements have? And of course, such an establishment is not kept up without patronage. Where there are Negro hunters advertising in a paper, there are also Negro hunts, and there are dogs being trained to hunt, and all this process goes on before the eyes of children. And what sort of education is it? The writer has received an account of the way in which dogs are trained for this business. The information has been communicated to the gentleman who writes it by a Negro man, who, having been always accustomed to see it done, described it with as little sense of there being anything out of the way in it as if the dogs had been trained to catch raccoons. It came to the writer in a recent letter from the South. Quote, "The way to train 'em," says the man, "is to take this year pups, any kind of pups will do, foxhounds, bulldogs, most any, but take the pups and keep 'em shut up and don't let 'em ever see a nigger till they get big enough to be larned. When the pups get old enough to be set on to things, then make 'em run after a nigger, and when they catches him, give 'em meat. Tell the nigger to run as hard as he can and get up in a tree, so as to larn the dogs to tree 'em. Then take the shoe of a nigger and learn to find the nigger it belongs to. Then a rag of his clothes, and so on. Allers be careful to tree the nigger, and teach the dog to wait and bark under the tree till you come up and give him his meat." End quote. See also the following advertisement from the Wichita Register, a newspaper dated Monroe, Louisiana, Tuesday evening, June 1st, 1852. Negro Dogs. The undersigned would respectfully inform the citizens of Wichita and adjacent parishes that he has located about 2½ miles east of John White's, on the road leading from Monroe to Bastrop, and that he has a fine pack of dogs for catching negroes. Persons wishing negroes caught will do well to give him a call. He can always be found at his stand when not engaged in hunting, and even then information of his whereabouts can always be had of some one on the premises. Terms: $5 a day and found when there is no track pointed out. When the track is shown, $25 will be charged for catching the negro. M.C. Goff, Monroe, February 17, 1852. Now, do not all the scenes likely to be enacted under this head form a fine education for the children of a Christian nation? And can we wonder if children so formed see no cruelty in slavery? Can children realize that creatures who are thus hunted are the children of one heavenly Father with themselves? But suppose the boy grows up to be a man, and attends the courts of justice, and hears intelligent, learned men declaring from the bench that the mere beating of a slave, unaccompanied by any circumstances of cruelty or an attempt to kill, is no breach of the peace of the state. Suppose he hears it decided in the same place that no insult or outrage upon any slave is considered worthy of legal redress, unless it impairs his property value. Suppose he hears, as he would in Virginia, that it is the policy of the law to protect the master even in inflicting cruel, malicious, and excessive punishment upon the slave. Suppose a slave is murdered, and he hears the lawyers arguing that it cannot be considered a murder because the slave, in law, is not considered a human being. And then suppose the case is appealed to a superior court, and he hears the judge expending his forces on a long and eloquent dissertation to prove that the slave is a human being. at least that he is as much so as a lunatic, an idiot, or an unborn child, and that therefore he can be murdered. See Judge Clark's speech on page 75. Suppose he sees that all the administration of law with regard to the slave proceeds on the idea that he is absolutely nothing more than a bale of merchandise. Suppose he hears such language as this, which occurs in the reasonings of the Brazil case, and which is a fair sample of the manner in which such subjects are ordinarily discussed. Quote, "The slave has no more political capacity, no more right to purchase, hold, or transfer property than the mule in his plow. He is himself but a mere chattel, the subject of absolute ownership." Close quote. Suppose he sees on the statute book such sentences as these from the Civil Code of Louisiana. Article 2500. The latent defects of slaves and animals are divided into two classes, vices of body and vices of character. Article 2501. The vices of body are distinguished into absolute and relative. Article 2502. The absolute vices of slaves are leprosy, madness, and epilepsy. Article 2503. The absolute vices of horses and mules are short wind, glanders, and founder. The influence of this language is made all stronger on the young mind from the fact that it is not the language of contempt or of passion, but of calm, matter-of-fact legal statement. What effect must be produced on the mind of the young man when he comes to see that, however atrocious and however well proved be the murder of a slave, the murderer uniformly escapes, and that, though the cases where a slave has fallen a victim to passions of the white are so multiplied, yet the fact of an execution for such a crime is yet almost unknown in the country? Does not all this tend to produce exactly that estimate of the value of Negro life and happiness which Frederick Douglass says was expressed by a common proverb among the white boys where he was brought up? "It's worth 6 pence to kill a nigger, and 6 pence more to bury him." We see the public sentiment which has been formed by this kind of education exhibited by the following paragraph from the Cambridge Democrat, Maryland, October 27, 1852. That paper quotes the following from the Woodville Republican of Mississippi. It seems that a Mr. Joshua Johns had killed a slave, and had been sentenced, therefore, to the penitentiary for 2 years. The Republican thus laments his hard lot. State versus Joshua Johns. This cause resulted in the conviction of Johns and his sentence to the penitentiary for 2 years. Although every member of the jury, together with the bar and the public generally, signed a petition to the governor for young John's pardon, yet there was no fault to find with the verdict of the jury. The extreme youth of Johns and the circumstances in which the killing occurred enlisted universal sympathy in his favor. There is no doubt that the Negro had provoked him to the deed by the use of insolent language. But how often must it be told that words are no justification for blows? There are many persons, and we regret to say it, who think they have the same right to shoot a Negro if he insults them or even runs from them that they have to shoot down a dog. But there are laws for the protection of the slave as well as the master, and the sooner the above error alluded to is removed, the better it will be for both parties. The unfortunate youth who has now entailed upon himself the penalty of the law, we doubt not, had no idea that there existed such penalty. And even if he was aware of the fact, the repeated insults and taunts of the Negro go far to mitigate the crime. Johns was defended by I.D. Gildart, Esquire, who probably did all that could have been effected in his defense. The Democrat adds, "We learn from Mr. Curry, Deputy Sheriff of Wilkinson County, that Johns has been pardoned by the governor. We are gratified to hear it." This error above alluded to, of thinking it as innocent to shoot down a Negro as a dog, is one, we fairly admit, for which young Johns ought not to be severely blamed. He has been educated in a system of things of which this opinion is the inevitable result, and he, individually, is far less guilty for it than are the men who support the system of laws and keep up the educational influences which lead Southern men directly to this conclusion. Johns may be, for aught we know, as generous-hearted and as just, naturally, as any young man living, but the horrible system under which he has been educated has rendered him incapable of distinguishing what either generosity or justice is as applied to the Negro. The public sentiment of the slave states is the sentiment of men who have been thus educated, and in all that concerns the Negro it is utterly blunted and paralyzed. What would seem to them injustice and horrible wrong in the case of white persons is the coolest matter of course in relation to slaves. As this educational influence descends from generation to generation, the moral sense becomes more and more blunted, and the power of discriminating right from wrong in what relates to the subject race more and more enfeebled. Thus, if we read the writings of distinguished men who were slaveholders about the time of our American Revolution, what clear views do we find expressed of the injustice of slavery? What strong language of reprobation do we find applied to it? Nothing more forcible could possibly be said in relation to its evils than by quoting the language of such men as Washington, Jefferson, and Patrick Henry. In those days there were no men of that high class of mind who thought of such a thing as defending slavery on principle. Now there are an abundance of the most distinguished men, North and South, statesmen, civilians, men of letters, even clergymen, who in various degrees palliate it, apologize for, or openly defend it. And what is the cause of this except that educational influences have corrupted public sentiment and deprived them of the power of just judgment? The public opinion, even of free America, with regard to slavery, is behind that of all other civilized nations. When the holders of slaves assert that they are, as a general thing, humanely treated, what do they mean? Not that they would consider such treatment humane if given to themselves and their children. No, indeed. But it is humane for slaves. They do, in effect, place the Negro below the range of humanity and on a level with brutes, and then graduate all their ideas of humanity accordingly. They would not needlessly kick or abuse a dog or a Negro. They may pet a dog, and they often do a Negro. Men have been found who fancied having their horses elegantly lodged in marble stables, and to eat out of sculptured mangers; but they thought of them as horses still, and, with all the indulgence with which good-natured masters sometimes surround the slave, he is to them but a Negro still, and not a man. In what has been said in this chapter, and in what appears incidentally in all facts cited throughout this volume, there is an abundant proof that, notwithstanding there be frequent and most noble instances of generosity toward the Negro, and although the sentiment of honorable men and the voice of Christian charity does everywhere protest against what it feels to be inhumanity, yet the popular sentiment engendered by the system must necessarily fall deplorably short of giving anything like sufficient protection to the rights of the slave. It will appear in the succeeding chapters, as it must already have appeared to reflecting minds, that the whole course of educational influence upon the mind of the slave master is such as to deaden his mind to those appeals which come from the Negro as a fellow man and a brother. End of Part 3, Chapter 2, Public Opinion Formed by Education. Recording by William Jones.
Part 3, Chapter 3 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 3, Separation of Families, Part 1 of 2. Here are some excerpts from Cabin and Parlor by J. Thornton Randolph, page 39. "What must the difference be," said Dr. Worthington with startling energy, "between Isabel and her servants? To her it is a loss of position, fortune, the fair hopes of life, perhaps even health, for she must inevitably break down under the unaccustomed labor and privations she will have to undergo. But to them it is merely a change of masters." Yes, for the neighbors won't allow any of the families to be separated. Of course not. We read of such things in novels sometimes, but I have yet to see it in real life, except in rare cases, or where the slave has been guilty of some misdemeanor or crime, for which in the North he would have been imprisoned, perhaps for life. "But they're going to sell us all to Georgia, I say. How are we to escape that?" "'Spect dar's some mistake in dat," replied Uncle Peter stoutly. "I neber knew of sich a thing in dese parts, except where some nigger'd been very bad." By such graphic touches as the above does Mr. Thornton Randolph represent to us the patriarchal stability and security of the slave population in the Old Dominion. Such a thing as a slave being sold out of the state has never been heard of by Dr. Worthington, except in rare cases for some crime, and old Uncle Peter never heard of such a thing in his life. Are these representations true? The worst abuse of the system of slavery is its outrage upon the family, and as the writer views the subject, it is one which is more notorious and undeniable than any other. Yet it is upon this point that the most stringent and earnest denial has been made to the representations of Uncle Tom's Cabin, either indirectly, as by the romance writer above, or more directly in the assertions of newspapers, both at the North and at the South. When made at the North, they indicate, to say the least, very great ignorance of the subject. When made at the South, they certainly do very great injustice to the general character of the Southerner for truth and honesty. All sections of country have faults peculiar to themselves. The fault of the South, as a general thing, has not been cowardly evasion and deception. It was with utter surprise that this author read the following sentences in an article in Fraser's Magazine, professing to come from a South Carolinian. Quote, "Mrs. Stowe's favorite illustration of the master's power to the injury of the slave is the separation of families. We are told of infants of 10 months old being sold from the arms of their mothers, and of men whose habit it is to raise children to sell away from their mother as soon as they are old enough to be separated. Were our views of this feature of slavery derived from Mrs. Stowe's book, we should regard the families of slaves as utterly unsettled and vagrant." And again, "We feel confident that if statistics could be had to throw light upon this subject, that there is less separation of families among the Negroes than occurs with almost any other class of persons." As the author of the article, however, is evidently a man of honor, and expresses many most noble and praiseworthy sentiments, it cannot be supposed that these statements were put forth with any view to misrepresent or to deceive. They are only to be regarded as evidences of the facility with which a sanguine mind often overlooks the most glaring facts that make against a favorite idea or theory, or which are unfavorable in their bearings on one's own country or family. Thus the citizens of some place notoriously unhealthy will come to believe and assert with the utmost sincerity that there is actually less sickness in their town than any other of its size in the known world. Thus parents often think their children perfectly immaculate in just those particulars in which others see them to be most faulty. This solution of the phenomena is a natural and amiable one, and enables us to retain our respect for our Southern brethren. There is another circumstance also to be taken into account in reading such assertions as these. It is evident from the pamphlet in question that the writer is one of the few who regard the possession of absolute irresponsible power as the highest of motives to moderation and temperance in its use. Such men are commonly associated in friendship and family connection with others of similar views, and are very apt to fall into the error of judging others by themselves, and thinking that the thing may do for all the world because it operates well in their immediate circle. Also, it cannot but be a fact that the various circumstances which from infancy conspire to degrade and depress the Negro in the eyes of a Southern-born man, the constant habit of speaking of them and hearing them spoken of and seeing them advertised as mere articles of property, often in connection with horses, mules, fodder, swine, etc., as they are almost daily in every Southern paper, must tend, even in the best constituted minds, to produce a certain obtuseness with regard to the interests, sufferings, and affections of such as do not particularly belong to himself, which will peculiarly unfit him for estimating their condition. The author has often been singularly struck with this fact in the letters of Southern friends, in which, upon one page, they will make some assertion regarding the condition of Southern Negroes, and then go on, and in other connections, state facts which apparently contradict them all. We can all be aware how this familiarity would operate with ourselves. Were we called upon to state how often our neighbors' cows were separated from their calves, or how often their household furniture and other effects are scattered and dispersed by executors' sales, we should be inclined to say that it was not a misfortune of very common occurrence. But let us open 2 South Carolina papers, published in the very state where this gentleman is residing, and read the advertisements for 1 week. The author has slightly abridged them. Commissioner's sale of 12 likely Negroes, Fairfield District. R.W. Murray and wife and others versus William Wright and wife and others. In equity. In pursuance of an order of the Court of Equity made in the above case at July term, 1852, I will sell at public outcry to the highest bidder before the courthouse in Winnsboro on the first Monday in January next, 12 very likely Negroes, belonging to the estate of Micajah Mobley, deceased, late of Fairfield District. These Negroes consist chiefly of young boys and girls, and are said to be very likely. Terms of sale, and so forth. W.R. Robertson, C.E.F.D. Commissioner's Office, Winnsboro, November 30th, 1852. Administrator's sale. Will be sold at public outcry to the highest bidder on Tuesday, the 21st day of December next, at the late residence of Mrs. M. P. Rabb, deceased, all of the personal estate of said deceased, consisting in part of about 2,000 bushels of corn, 25,000 pounds of fodder, wheat, cottonseed, horses, mules, cattle, hogs, sheep. There will, in all probability, be sold at the same time and place several likely young Negroes. The terms of sale will be all sums under $25 cash, all sums of $25 and over 12 months credit, with interest from date of sale, secured by note and 2 approved sureties. William S. Rabb, Administrator, November 11th, 13/2. Commissioner's sale of land and Negroes. Fairfield District, James E. Caldwell, Administrator, with the will annexed of Jacob Gibson, deceased, versus Jason D. Gibson and others. In equity. In pursuance of the order of sale made in the above case, I will sell at public outcry to the highest bidder before the courthouse in Winnsboro on the first Monday in January next, and the day following, the following real and personal estate of Jacob Gibson, deceased, late of Fairfield District, to wit, the plantation on which the testator lived at the time of his death, containing 661 acres, more or less, lying on the waters of Wateree Creek, and bounded by lands of Samuel Johnston, Theodore S. DuBose, Edward P. Mobley, and B. R. Cockrell. This plantation will be sold in 2 separate tracts, plats of which will be exhibited on the day of sale. 46 prime likely Negroes consisting of wagoners, blacksmiths, cooks, house servants, and so forth. W.R. Robertson, CEFD. Commissioner's Office, Winsboro, 29th November, 1852. Estate sale, 50 prime Negroes by J&L T. Levin. On the first Monday in January next, I will sell before the courthouse in Columbia 50 of as likely Negroes as have ever been exposed to public sale, belonging to the estate of A.P. Vinson, deceased. The Negroes have been well cared for and well managed in every respect. Persons wishing to purchase will not, it is confidently believed, have a better opportunity to supply themselves. J. H. Adams, Executor. November 8th. Administrator's sale will be sold on the 15th December next at the late residence of Samuel Moore, deceased, in York District, all the personal property of said deceased, consisting of 35 likely Negroes, a quantity of corn and cotton, horses and mules, farming tools, household and kitchen furniture, with many other articles. Samuel E. Moore, Administrator. November 18th. Administrator's sale will be sold at public outcry to the highest bidder on Tuesday, the 14th day of December next, at the late residence of Robert W. Durham, deceased, in Fairfield District, all of the personal estate of said deceased, consisting in part as follows: 50 prime likely Negroes, about 3,000 bushels of corn, a large quantity of fodder, wheat, oats, cowpeas, rye, cottonseed, horses, mules, cattle, hogs, and sheep. C. H. Durham, Administrator. November 23rd. Sheriff's sale. By virtue of sundry executions to me directed, I will sell at Fairfield Courthouse on the first Monday and the day following, in December next, within the legal hours of sale, to the highest bidder, for cash, the following property, purchasers to pay for titles: 2 Negroes, levied upon as the property of Allen R. Crankfield, at the suit of Alexander Brody et al. 2 horses and 1 jennet, levied upon as the property of Allen R. Crankfield, at the suit of Alexander Brody. 2 mules, levied upon as the property of Allen R. Crankfield, at the suit of Temperance E. Miller and J. W. Miller. 1 pair of cart wheels, levied upon as the property of Allen R. Crankfield, at the suit of Temperance E. Miller and J. W. Miller. 1 chest of drawers, levied upon as the property of Allen R. Crankfield, at the suit of Temperance E. Miller and J. W. Miller. 1 bedstead, levied upon as the property of Allen R. Crankfield, at the suit of Temperance E. Miller and J. W. Miller. 1 Negro, levied upon as the property of R. J. Gladney, at the suit of James Cammack. 1 Negro, levied upon as the property of George McCormick, at the suit of W. M. Pfeiffer. 1 riding saddle, to be sold under an assignment of G. W. Boulware to J. B. Mickle, in the case of George Murphy, Jr. versus G. W. Boulware. R. E. Ellison, S.F.D. Sheriff's Office, November 19th, 1852, November 20th, 37 XTF. Commissioner's sale. John A. Crumpton and others versus Zechariah C. Crumpton, in equity. In pursuance of the decretal order made in this case, I will sell at public outcry to the highest bidder before the courthouse door in Winsboro on the first Monday in December next 3 separate tracts or parcels of land belonging to the estate of Zechariah Crumpton, deceased. I will also sell at the same time and place 5 or 6 likely young Negroes sold as the property of the said Zechariah Crumpton, deceased, by virtue of the authority aforesaid. The terms of the sale are as follows, and so forth. W. R. Robertson, CEFD. Commissioner's Office, Winsboro, November 8, 1852. Estate sale of valuable property. The undersigned, as administrator of the estate of Colonel T. Randall, deceased, will sell on Monday the 20th December next all the personal property belonging to said estate, consisting of 56 Negroes, stock, corn, fodder, etc. Terms of sale, and so forth. September 2nd. The Tri-Weekly South Carolinian, published at Columbia, South Carolina, has this motto, quote, "Be just and fear not. Let all the ends thou aimest at be thy countries, thy gods, and truths." End quote. In the number dated December 23rd, 1852, is found a Reply of the Women of Virginia to the Women of England, containing this sentiment. Believe us, we deeply prayerfully study God's holy word and are fully persuaded that our institutions are in accordance with it. After which, in other columns, come the 10 advertisements following. Sheriff's sales for January 2nd, 1853. By virtue of sundry writs of fieri facias to me directed, will be sold before the courthouse in Columbia within the legal hours on the first Monday and Tuesday in January next, 74 acres of land, more or less, in Richland District, bounded on the north and east by Lorix, and on the south and west by Thompson Trap. Also 10 head of cattle, 25 head of hogs, and 200 bushels of corn, levied on as the property of M.A. Wilson, at the suit of Samuel Gardner versus M.A. Wilson. 7 Negroes named Grace, Francis, Edmund, Charlotte, Emmeline, Thomas, and Charles, levied on as the property of Bartholomew Turnipseed, at the suit of A.F. Dubard, J.S. Lever, Bank of the State, and others versus B. Turnipseed. 450 acres of land, more or less, in Richmond District, bounded on the north, and so forth. Large sale of real and personal property, estate sale. On Monday, the 7th day of February next, I will sell at auction, without reserve, at the plantation near Linden, all the horses, mules, wagons, farming utensils, corn, fodder, and so forth. And on the following Monday, the 14th day of February next, at the courthouse at Linden, in Marengo County, Alabama, I will sell at public auction, without reserve to the highest bidder, 110 prime and likely Negroes, belonging to the estate of the late John Robinson of South Carolina. Among the Negroes are 4 valuable carpenters and a very superior blacksmith. Negroes for sale. By permission of Peter Wiley, Esquire, ordinary for Chester District, I will sell at public auction before the courthouse in Chesterville on the first Monday in February next, 40 likely Negroes, belonging to the estate of F. W. Davy. W. D. de Saussure, Executor. December 23rd. Estate sale of furniture, and so forth, by J. and L. T. Levin. Will be sold at our store on Thursday, the 6th day of January next, all the household and kitchen furniture belonging to the estate of B. L. McLaughlin, deceased, consisting in part of hair seat chairs, sofas and rockers, piano, mahogany dining, tea and card tables, carpets, rugs, andirons, fenders, shovel and tongs, mantel ornaments, clocks, sideboard, bureaus, mahogany bedsteads, feather beds and mattresses, washstands, curtains, fine cordial stand, glassware, crockery, and a great variety of articles for family use, terms cash. Also a Negro man named Leonard belonging to same, terms, and so forth. Also, at the same time, a quantity of new brick belonging to estate of A. S. Johnston, deceased, December 21st. Great sale of Negroes and the Saluda factory by J. and L. T. Levin. On Thursday, December 30th, at 11 o'clock, will be sold at the courthouse in Columbia 100 valuable Negroes. It is seldom such an opportunity occurs as now offers. Among them are only 4 beyond 45 years old, and none above 50. There are 25 prime young men between 16 and 30, 40 of the most likely young women, and as fine a set of children as can be shown. Terms, and so forth. December 18th, 1852. Negroes at Auction by J. and L. T. Levin. Will be sold on Monday, the 3rd January next, at the courthouse at 10 o'clock. 22 likely Negroes, the larger number of which are young and desirable. Among them are field hands, hostlers, and carriage drivers, house servants, and so forth, and of the following ages: Robinson, 40, Elsie, 34, Yannicke, 13, Celia, 11, Anarchy, 8, Robinson, 6, Candy, 3, Infant, 9, Thomas, 35, Di, 38, Amy, 18, Eldridge, 13, Charles, 6, Sarah, 60, Beckett, 50, Mary, 18, Betty, 16, Guy, 12, Tilla, 9, Lydia, 24, Rachel, 4, Scipio, 2. The above Negroes are sold for the purpose of making some other investment of the proceeds. The sale will therefore be positive. Terms: a credit of 1, 2, and 3 years for notes payable at either of the banks with 2 or more approved endorsers, with interest from date. Purchasers to pay for papers. December 8th, 1843. Black River Watchman will copy the above and forward bill to the auctioneers for payment. Poor little Skip. Likely and valuable girl at private sale. A likely girl, about 17 years old, raised in the up country, a good nurse and house servant, can wash and iron and do plain cooking, and is warranted sound and healthy. She may be seen at our office, where she will remain until sold. Allen and Phillips, auctioneers and community agents, December 15th, 1849. Plantation and Negroes for sale. The subscriber, having located in Columbia, offers for sale his plantation in St. Matthew's Parish, 6 miles from the railroad, containing 1,500 acres, now in a high state of cultivation, with dwelling house and all necessary outbuildings. Also 50 likely Negroes, with provisions and so forth. The terms will be accommodating. Persons desirous to purchase can call upon the subscriber in Columbia or on his son at the plantation. December 6th, 1841. T.J. Goodwin. For sale, a likely Negro boy, about 21 years old, a good wagoner and field hand. Apply at this office. December 20th, 1852. Now, it is scarcely possible that a person who has been accustomed to see such advertisements from boyhood and to pass them over with as much indifference as we pass over advertisements of sofas and chairs for sale, could possibly receive the shock from them which one wholly unaccustomed to such a mode of considering and disposing of human beings would receive. They make no impression upon him. His own family servants and those of his friends are not in the market, and he does not realize that any are. Under the advertisements, 100 such scenes as those described in Uncle Tom may have been acting in his very vicinity. When Mr. Dickens drew pictures of the want and wretchedness of London life, perhaps a similar incredulity might have been expressed within the silken curtains of many a brilliant parlor. They had never seen such things, and they had always lived in London. But, for all that, the writings of Dickens awoke in noble and aristocratic bosoms the sense of a common humanity with the lowly, and led them to feel how much misery might exist in their immediate vicinity, of which they were entirely unaware. They have never accused him as a libeller of his country, though he did make manifest much of the suffering, sorrow, and abuse which were in it. The author is led earnestly to entreat that the writer of this very paper would examine the statistics of the American internal slave trade, that he would look over the exchange files of some newspaper, and for a month or two endeavor to keep some inventory of the number of human beings with hearts, hopes, and affections like his own, who are constantly subjected to all the uncertainties and mutations of property relation. The writer is sure that he could not do it long without a generous desire being excited in his bosom to become not an apologist for, but a reformer of, these institutions of his country. These papers of South Carolina are not exceptional ones. They may be matched by hundreds of papers from any other state. End of Chapter 3, Separation of Families, Part 1 of 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 3, Separation of Families, Part 2. Let the reader now stop 1 minute and look over again those previous 2 weeks' advertisements. This is not novel writing. This is fact. See these human beings tumbled promiscuously out before the public with horses, mules, second-hand buggies, cottonseed, bedsteads, etc., etc., and Christian ladies in the same newspaper saying that they prayerfully study God's Word and believe their institutions have His sanction? Does he suppose that here, in these 2 weeks, there have been no scenes of suffering? Imagine the distress of these families, the nights of anxiety of these mothers and children, wives and husbands, when these sales are about to take place. Imagine the scenes of the sales. A young lady, a friend of the writer, who spent a winter in Carolina, described to her the sale of a woman and her children. When the little girl, 7 years of age, was put on the block, she fell into spasms with fear and excitement. She was taken off, recovered, and put back. The spasms came back. 3 times the experiment was tried, and at last the sale of the child was deferred. See also the following from Dr. Elwood Harvey, editor of a Western paper, to the Pennsylvania Freeman, December 25, 1846. Quote, "We attended a sale of land and other property near Petersburg, Virginia, and unexpectedly saw slaves sold at public auction. The slaves were told they would not be sold, and were collected in front of the quarters, gazing on the assembled multitude. The land being sold, the auctioneer's loud voice was heard, 'Bring up the niggers!' A shade of astonishment and affright passed over their faces as they stared first at each other and then at the crowd of purchasers, whose attention was now directed to them. When the horrible truth was revealed to their minds that they were to be sold, and nearest relations and friends parted forever, the effect was indescribably agonizing. Women snatched up their babes and ran screaming into the huts. Children hid behind the huts and trees, and the men stood in mute despair. The auctioneer stood on the portico of the house, and the men and boys were ranging in the yard for inspection. It was announced that no warranty of soundness was given, and purchasers must examine for themselves. A few old men were sold at prices from $13 to $25, and it was painful to see old men, bowed with years of toil and suffering, stand up to be the jest of brutal tyrants, and to hear them tell their disease and worthlessness, fearing that they would be bought and traded for the Southern market. A white boy, about 15 years old, was placed on the stand. His hair was brown and straight, his skin exactly the same hue as other white persons, and no discernible trace of Negro features in his countenance. Some vulgar jests were passed on his color, and $200 was bid for him, but the audience said that it was not enough to begin on for such a likely young nigger. Several remarked that they would not have him as a gift. Some said a white nigger was more trouble than he was worth. One man said it was wrong to sell white people. I asked him if it was more wrong than to sell black people. He made no reply. Before he was sold, his mother rushed from the house upon the portico, crying in frantic grief, 'My son, oh, my boy, they will take away my dear—' Here her voice was lost, as she was rudely pushed back and the door closed. The sale was not for a moment interrupted, and none of the crowd appeared to be in the least affected by the scene. The poor boy, afraid to cry before so many strangers, who showed no signs of sympathy or pity, trembled and wiped tears from his cheeks with his sleeves. He was sold for about $250. During the sale, the quarters resounded with cries and lamentations that made my heart ache. A woman was next called by name. She gave her infant one wild embrace before leaving it with an old woman, and hastened mechanically to obey the call, but stopped threw her arms aloft, screamed, and was unable to move. One of my companions touched my shoulder and said, "Come, let us leave here. I can bear no more." We left the ground. The man who drove our carriage from Petersburg had 2 sons who belonged to the estate, small boys. He obtained a promise that they should not be sold. He was asked if they were his only children. He answered, "All that's left of 8." 3 others had been sold to the South, and he would never see or hear from them again. As Northern people do not see such things, they should hear of them often enough to keep them awake to the sufferings of the victims of their indifference." Such are the common incidents, not the admitted cruelties, of an institution which people have brought themselves to feel is in accordance with God's word. Suppose it to be conceded now that "the family relation is protected as far as possible." The question still arises, how far is it possible? Advertisements of sales to the number of those we have quoted, more or less, appear from week to week in the same papers, in the same neighborhood, and professional traders make it their business to attend them and buy up victims. Now, if the inhabitants of a given neighborhood charge themselves with the care to see that no families are separated in this whirl of auctioneering, one would fancy that they could have very little else to do. It is a fact, and a most honorable one to our common human nature, that the distress and anguish of these poor helpless creatures does often raise up for them friends among the generous-hearted. Southern men often go to the extent of their means, and beyond their means, to arrest the cruel operations of trade, and relieve cases of individual distress. There are men at the South who could tell, if they would, how, when they have spent the last dollar that they thought they could afford on one week, they have been importuned by precisely such a case the next, and been unable to meet it. There are masters at the South who could tell, if they would, how they have stood and bid against a trader to redeem some poor slave of their own, till the bidding was perfectly ruinous, and they had been obliged to give up by sheer necessity. Good-natured auctioneers know very well how they have often been entreated to connive at keeping a poor fellow out of the trader's clutches, and how sometimes they succeed, and sometimes they do not. The very struggle and effort which generous Southern men make to stop the regular course of trade only shows them the hopelessness of the effort. We fully concede that many of them do as much or more than any of us would do under similar circumstances, and yet they know that what they do amounts, after all, to the merest trifle. But let us still further reason upon the testimony of advertisements. What is to be understood by the following of the Memphis Eagle and Inquirer, Saturday, November 13th, 1852, under the editorial motto, "Liberty and Union, now and forever," come with the following illustrations. Number 1. 75 Negroes. I have just received from the East 75 assorted A No. 1 Negroes. Call soon if you want to get the first choice. Benjamin Little. Number 2. Cash for Negroes. I will pay as high cash prices for a few likely young Negroes as any trader in this city. Also will receive and sell on commission at Bird's Hill, Old Stand on Adams Street, Memphis. Benjamin Little. Number 3. 500 Negroes wanted. We will pay the highest cash price for all good Negroes offered. We invite all those having Negroes for sale to call on us at our mart, opposite the lowest steamboat landing. We will also have a large lot of Virginia Negroes for sale in the fall. We have as safe a jail as any in the country, where we can keep Negroes safe for those that wish them kept. Bolton, Dickens and Company. Under the head of advertisements, number 1, let us humbly inquire what assorted A No. 1 Negroes means. Is it likely that it means Negroes sold in families? What is meant by the invitation, "Call soon if you want to get the first choice"? So much for advertisement number 1. Now let us propound a few questions to be initiated on number 2. What does Mr. Benjamin Little mean by saying that he will pay as high a cash price for a few likely young Negroes as any trader in the city? Do families commonly consist exclusively of likely young Negroes? On the third advertisement, we are also desirous of some information. Messrs. Bolton, Dickens & Company state that they expect to receive a large lot of Virginia Negroes in the fall. Unfortunate Messrs. Bolton, Dickens & Company, do you suppose that Virginia families will sell their Negroes? Have you read Mr. J. Thornton Randall's last novel, and have you not learned that old Virginia families never sell to traders, and more than that they always club together and buy up the Negroes that are for sale in their neighborhood, and the traders, when they appear on the ground, are hustled off with very little ceremony? One would really think that you had got your impressions on the subject from Uncle Tom's Cabin, for we are told that all who derive their views of slavery from this book regard the families of slaves as utterly unsettled and vagrant. Footnote: This is from an article in Fraser's Magazine for October by a South Carolinian. End footnote. But before we recover from our astonishment on reading this, we take up the Natchez, Mississippi Courier of November 20th, 1852, and there we read, "Negroes. The undersigned would respectfully state to the public that he has leased the stand in the forks of the road near Natchez for a term of years, and that he intends to keep a large lot of Negroes on hand during the year. He will sell as low or lower than any other trader at this place or in New Orleans. He has just arrived from Virginia with a very likely lot of field men and women, also house servants, 3 cooks, and a carpenter. Call and see. A fine buggy horse, a saddle horse, and a carryall on hand and for sale. Thomas G. James." Natchez, September 28, 1852. Where in the world did this lucky Mr. Thomas G. James get this likely Virginia assortment? Probably in some county in which Mr. Thornton Randolph never visited. And had no families been separated to form the assortment? We hear of a lot of field men and women. Where are their children? We hear of a lot of house servants, of 3 cooks and 1 carpenter, as well as a fine buggy horse. Had these unfortunate cooks and carpenters no relations? Did no sad natural tears stream down their dark cheeks when they were being assorted for the Natchez market? Does no mournful heart among them yearn to the song of "Oh, carry me back to old Virginny"? Still further, we see in the same paper the following: "Slaves, slaves, slaves! Fresh arrivals weekly. Having established ourselves at the forks of the road near Natchez for a term of years, we have now on hand, and intend to keep throughout the entire year, a large and well-selected stock of Negroes, consisting of field hands, house servants, mechanics, cooks, seamstresses, washers, ironers, etc., which we can and will sell as low or lower than any other house here or in New Orleans. Persons wishing to purchase would do well to call on us before making purchases elsewhere, as our regular arrivals would keep us supplied with a good and general assortment. Our terms are liberal. Give us a call." Griffin and Pullman, Natchez, October 15th, 1852. Free Trader and Concordia Intelligencer, copy as above. Indeed, Messrs. Griffin and Pullman, it seems, are equally fortunate. They are having fresh supplies weekly, and are going to keep a large, well-selected stock constantly on hand, to wit, field hands, house servants, mechanics, cooks, seamstresses, washers, ironers, etc. Let us respectfully inquire what is the process by which a trader acquires a well-selected stock. He goes to Virginia to select. He has had orders, say, for 1 dozen cooks, for half a dozen carpenters, for so many house servants, etc., etc. Each one of these individuals have their own ties. Besides being cooks, carpenters, and house servants, they are also fathers, mothers, husbands, wives. But what of that? They must be selected. It is an assortment that is wanted. The gentleman who has ordered a cook does not, of course, want her 5 children, and the planter who has ordered a carpenter does not want the cook, his wife. A carpenter is an expensive article, at any rate, as they cost from $1,000 to $1,500, and a man who has to pay out this sum for him cannot always afford himself the luxury of indulging his humanity. And as to the children, they must be left in the slave-raising state. For when the ready-raised article is imported weekly into Natchez or New Orleans, is it likely that the inhabitants will encumber themselves with the labor of raising children? No, there must be division of labor in all well-ordered business. The northern slave states raise the article, and the southern ones consume it. The extracts have been taken from the papers of the more southern states. If now the reader has any curiosity to explore the selecting process in the northern states, the Daily Prince will further enlighten him. In the Daily Virginian of November 19, 1852, Mr. J.B. McClendon thus announces to the Old Dominion that he has settled himself down to attend to the selecting process. Negroes wanted. The subscriber, having located in Lynchburg, is giving the highest cash prizes for Negroes between the ages of 10 and 30. Those having Negroes for sale may find it to their interest to call on him at the Washington Hotel, Lynchburg, or address him by letter. All communications will receive prompt attention. J.B. McClendon. November 5, Daily. Mr. McClendon distinctly announces that he is not going to take any children under 10 years of age, nor any grown people over 30. Likely young Negroes are what he is after. Families, of course, never separated. Again, in the same paper, Mr. Seth Woodruff is desirous of keeping up a recollection in the community that he also is in the market, as it would appear he has been some time past. He likewise wants Negroes between 10 and 30 years of age, but his views turn rather on mechanics, blacksmiths, and carpenters. Witness his hand. Negroes wanted. The subscriber continues in market for Negroes of both sexes between the ages of 10 and 30 years, including mechanics such as blacksmiths, carpenters, and will pay the highest market prices in cash. His office is a newly erected brick building on First or Lynch Street, immediately in rear of the Farmers' Bank, where he is prepared, having erected buildings with that view, to board Negroes sent to Lynchburg for sale or otherwise on as moderate terms, and keep them there as secure as if they were placed in the jail at the corporation. August 26th. Seth Woodruff. There is no manner of doubt that this Mr. Seth Woodruff is a gentleman of humanity, and wishes to avoid the separation of families as much as possible. Doubtless he ardently wishes that all his blacksmiths and carpenters would be considerate and never have any children under 10 years of age. But if the thoughtless dogs have got them, what's a humane man to do? He has to fill out Mr. This, that, and the other's order. That's a clear case, and therefore John and Sam must take their last look at their babies, as Uncle Tom did of his when he stood by the rough trundle bed and dropped into it great useless tears. Nay, my friends, don't curse poor Mr. Seth Woodruff, because he does the horrible, loathsome work of tearing up the living human heart to make twine and shoestrings for you. It's disagreeable business enough, he will tell you sometimes, and if you must have him do it for you, treat him civilly, and don't pretend that you are any better than he. But the good trade is not confined to the Old Dominion by any means. See the following extract from a Tennessee paper, the Nashville Gazette, November 23, 1852, where Mr. A. McLean, general agent in this kind of business, thus makes known his wants and intentions. Wanted. I want to purchase immediately 25 likely Negroes, male and female, between the ages of 15 and 25, for which I will pay the highest price in cash. A. McLean, General Agent, Cherry Street, November 9th. Mr. McLean, it seems, only wants those between the ages of 15 and 25. This advertisement is twice repeated in the same paper, from which fact we may conjecture that the gentleman is very much in earnest in his wants, and entertains rather confident expectations that somebody will be willing to sell. Further, the same gentleman states another want. Wanted. I want to purchase immediately a Negro man carpenter, and will give a good price. September 29th, A. McLean, General Agent. Mr. McLean does not advertise for his wife and children or where this same carpenter is to be sent, whether to the New Orleans market or up the Red River or off to some far bayou of the Mississippi, never to look upon wife or child again. But again, Mr. McLean in the same paper tells us of another want. Wanted immediately, a wet nurse. Any price will be given for one of good character, constitution, etc. Apply to A. McLean, General Agent. And what is done with the baby of this wet nurse? Perhaps at the moment that Mr. McLean is advertising for her, she is hushing the little thing in her bosom and thinking, as many another mother has done, that it is about the brightest, prettiest little baby that ever was born, for singularly enough, even black mothers do fall into this delusion sometimes. No matter for all this, she is wanted for a wet nurse. Aunt Prue can take her baby and raise it on corn cake and what not. Off with her to Mr. McLean. See also the following advertisement of the good state of Alabama, which shows how the trade is thriving there. Mr. S. N. Brown, in the Advertiser and Gazette, Montgomery, Alabama, holds forth as follows. Negroes for sale. S. N. Brown takes this method of informing his old patrons and others wanting to purchase slaves that he has now on hand of his own selection and purchasing a lot of likely young Negroes, consisting of men, boys, and women, field hands, and superior house servants, which he offers and will sell as low as the times will warrant. Office on Market Street, above the Montgomery Hall, at Lindsay's old stand, where he intends to keep slaves for sale on his own account and not on commission, therefore thinks he can give satisfaction to those who patronize him. Montgomery, Alabama, September 3rd, 1852. Where were these boys and girls of Mr. Brown selected, let us ask? How did their fathers and mothers feel when they were selected? Emmeline was taken out of one family and George out of another. The judicious trader has traveled through wide regions of country, leaving in his track wailing and anguish. A little incident, which has recently been the rounds of the papers, may perhaps illustrate some of the scenes he has occasioned. Incident of slavery. A Negro woman belonging to George M. Garrison of Polk County killed 4 of her children by cutting their throats while they were asleep on Thursday night, the 2nd instant, and then put an end to her own existence by cutting her throat. Her master knows of no cause for the horrid act, unless it be that she heard him speak of selling her and 2 of her children, and keeping the others. The uncertainty of the master in this case is edifying. He knows that Negroes cannot be expected to have the feelings of cultivated people, and yet here is a case where the creature really acts unaccountably, and he can't think of any cause except that he was going to sell her from her children. But compose yourself, dear reader. There was no great harm done. These were all poor people's children, and some of them, though not all, were black, and that makes all the difference in the world, you know. But Mr. Brown is not alone in Montgomery. Mr. J. D. Lindsay wishes to remind the people of his depot. 100 Negroes for sale. At my depot on Commerce Street, immediately between the Exchange Hotel and F. M. Gilmer, Jr.'s warehouse, where I will be receiving from time to time large lots of Negroes during the season, and will sell on as accommodating terms as any house in the city. I would respectfully request my old customers and friends to call and examine my stock. J.N.O. W. Lindsay. Montgomery, November 2nd, 1852. Mr. Lindsay is going to be receiving from time to time all the season, and will sell as cheap as anybody, so there's no fear of the supply falling off. And lo, in the same paper, Messrs. Sanders and Foster press their claims also on the public notice. Negroes for sale. The undersigned have bought out the well-known establishment of Eccles and Brown, where they have now on hand a large lot of likely young Negroes, to wit, men, women, boys, and girls, good field hands. Also several good house servants and mechanics of all kinds. The subscribers intend to keep constantly on hand a large assortment of Negroes, comprising every description. Persons wishing to purchase will find it much to their interest to call and examine previous to buying elsewhere. Sanders and Foster, April 13th. Messrs. Sanders and Foster are going to have an assortment also. All their Negroes are to be young and likely. The trashy old fathers and mothers are all thrown aside like a heap of pigweed after one has been weeding a garden. Query: Are these Messrs. Sanders and Foster and J. W. Lindsay and S. N. Brown and McLean and Woodruff and McClendon all members of the church in good and regular standing? Does the question shock you? Why so? Why should they not be? The Reverend Dr. Smiley of Mississippi, in a document endorsed by 2 presbyteries, says distinctly that the Bible gives a right to buy and sell slaves. Footnote: If language can convey a clear and definite meaning at all, I know not how it can be more unequivocally or more plainly present to the mind. Any thought or idea that the 25th chapter of Leviticus clearly or unequivocally establishes the fact that slavery or bondage was sanctioned by God himself, and that buying, selling, holding, and bequeathing slaves as property are regulations which were established by himself. This comes from Smiley on slavery. End footnote. If the Bible guarantees this right and sanctions this trade, why should it shock you to see the slave trader at a communion table? Do you feel that there is blood on his hands, the blood of human hearts, which he has torn asunder? Do you shudder when he touches the communion bread, and when he drinks the cup, which whosoever drinketh unworthily drinketh damnation to himself? But who makes the trader? Do not you? Do you think that the trader's profession is a healthy one for the soul? Do you think the scenes with which he must be familiar, and the deeds he must do in order to keep up an assortment of Negroes for your convenience, are such things as Jesus Christ approves? Do you think that they tend to promote his growth and grace, and to secure his soul's salvation? Or is it so important for you to have assorted Negroes that the traders must not only be turned out of good society in this life, but run the risk of going to hell forever for your accommodation? But let us search the Southern papers and see if we cannot find some evidence of that humanity which avoids the separation of families as far as possible. In the Argus, published at Weston, Missouri, November 5th, 1852, see the following. A Negro for sale. I wish to sell a black girl about 24 years old, a good cook and washer, handy with a needle, can spin and weave. I wish to sell her in the neighborhood of Camden Point. If not sold there in a short time, I will hunt the best market, or I will trade her for 2 small ones, a boy and a girl. M. Doyle. Consider it, Mr. Doyle. He is opposed to the separation of families, and therefore wishes to sell this woman in the neighborhood of Camden Point, where her family ties are, perhaps her husband and children, her brothers or sisters. He will not separate her from her family if it is possible to avoid it, that is to say, if he can get as much for her without. But if he can't, he will hunt the best market. What more would you have of Mr. Doyle? How speeds the blessed trade in the state of Maryland? Let us take the Baltimore Sun of November 23rd, 1852. Mr. J. S. Donovan thus advertises the Christian public of the accommodations of his jail. Cash for Negroes. The undersigned continues at his old stand, No. 13 Camden Street, to pay the highest prices for Negroes. Persons bringing Negroes by railroad or steamboat will find it very convenient to secure their Negroes, as my jail is adjoining the railroad depot and near the steamboat landings. Negroes received for safekeeping. J. S. Donovan. Messrs. B. M. and W. L. Campbell, in the respectable old stand of Slatter, advertise as follows. Slaves wanted. We are at all times purchasing slaves, paying the highest cash prices. Persons wishing to sell will please call at 242 Pratt Street, Slatter's old stand. Communications attended to. B. M. and W. L. Campbell. In another column, however, Mr. John Denning has his season advertisement in terms which border on the sublime. 5,000 Negroes wanted. I will pay the highest prices in cash for 5,000 Negroes with good titles, slaves for life or for a term of years, in large or small families or single Negroes. I will also purchase Negroes restricted to remain in the state that sustain good characters. Families never separated. Persons having slaves for sale will please call and see me, as I am always in the market with the cash. Communications promptly attended to, and liberal commissions paid by John N. Denning, number 18, South Frederick Street, between Baltimore and 2nd Streets, Baltimore, Maryland. Trees in front of the house. Mr. John Denning also is a man of humanity. He never separates families. Don't you see it in his advertisement? If a man offers him a wife without her husband, Mr. John Denning won't buy her. Oh, no. His 5,000 are all unbroken families. He never takes any other, and he transports them whole and entire. This is a comfort to reflect upon, certainly. See also The Democrat, published in Cambridge, Maryland, December 8, 1852. A gentleman gives this pictorial representation of himself with the proclamation to the slaveholders of Dorchester and adjacent counties that he is again in the market. Negroes wanted. I wish to inform the slaveholders of Dorchester and the adjacent counties that I am again in the market. Persons having Negroes that are slaves for life to dispose of will find it to their interest to see me before they sell, as I am determined to pay the highest prices in cash that the Southern market will justify. I can be found at A. Hall's Hotel in Easton, where I will remain until the 1st day of July next. Communications addressed to me at Easton or information given to William Bell in Cambridge will meet with prompt attention. William Harker. Mr. Harker is very accommodating. He keeps himself informed as to the state of the Southern market and will give the very highest price that it will justify. Moreover, he will be on hand till July, and will answer any letters from the adjoining country on the subject. On one point he ought to be spoken to. He has not advertised that he does not separate families. It is a mere matter of taste, to be sure, but then some well-disposed people like to see it on the trader's card, thinking it has more creditable appearance, and probably Mr. Harker, if he reflects a little, will put it in next time. It takes up very little room and makes a good appearance. We are occasionally reminded by the advertisements for runaways to how small an extent it is found possible to avoid the separation of families, as in the Richmond Whig of November 5th, 1852. $10 reward. We are requested by Henry P. Davis to offer a reward of $10 for the apprehension of a Negro man named Henry, who ran away from the said Davis farm near Petersburg on Thursday, the 27th October. Said slave came from near Lynchburg, Virginia, purchased of blank Cock, and has a wife in Halifax County, Virginia. He has recently been employed on the South Side Railroad. He may be in the neighborhood of his wife. Pulliam and Davis, Auctioneers, Richmond. It seems to strike the advertiser as possible that Henry may be in the neighborhood of his wife. We should not at all wonder if he were. The reader by this time is in possession of some of those statistics of which the South Carolinian speaks when he says, "We feel confident if statistics could be had to throw light upon the subject, we should find that there is less separation of families among the Negroes than occurs with almost any other class of persons." In order to give some little further idea of the extent to which this kind of property is continually changing hands, see the following calculations, which has been made from 64 Southern newspapers, taken very much at random. The papers were all published in the last 2 weeks of the month of November, 1852. The Negroes are advertised sometimes by name, sometimes in definite numbers, and sometimes in lots, assortments, and other indefinite terms. We present the result of this estimate, far as it must fall from a fair representation of the facts, in a tabular form. Here is recorded in only 11 papers the sale of 849 slaves in 2 weeks in Virginia, the state where Mr. J. Thornton Randolph describes such an event as a separation of families being a thing that, quote, "we read of in novels sometimes," end quote. And here we have a chart showing the number of Negroes advertised, number of lots, number of runaways described in 11 different states, and the number of papers published in each of those states that collate this information. States where published: Virginia, 11 papers consulted, 849 Negroes advertised, 7 lots, 15 runaways described. Kentucky, 5 papers consulted, 238 Negroes advertised in 1 lot, 7 runaways described. In Tennessee, 8 papers consulted, 385 Negroes advertised in 4 lots, 17 runaways described. In South Carolina, 12 papers were consulted, 852 Negroes advertised in 2 lots, 7 runaways described. In Georgia, 6 papers were consulted, 98 Negroes advertised in 2 lots, no runaways. In Alabama, 10 papers were consulted, 549 Negroes advertised in 5 lots, 5 runaways. In Mississippi, 8 papers consulted, 669 Negroes advertised in 5 lots, 6 runaways. In Louisiana, 4 papers consulted, 460 Negroes advertised in 4 lots, 35 runaways described. Total of 64 papers consulted, 4,100 Negroes advertised in 30 lots, and 92 runaways. 35 of those in Louisiana. In South Carolina, where the writer in Fraser's magazine dates from, we have during these same 2 weeks a sale of 852 recorded by 12 papers. Verily, we must apply to the newspapers of his state the same language which he applies to Uncle Tom's Cabin. Quote, "Were our views of the system of slavery to be derived from these papers, we should regard the families of slaves as utterly unsettled and vagrant." End quote. The total in 64 papers in different states for only 2 weeks is 4,100, besides 92 lots, as they are called. And now, who is he who compares the hopeless, returnless separation of the Negro from his family to the voluntary separation of the freeman whom necessary business interest takes for a while from the bosom of his family? Is not the lot of the slaves bitter enough without this last of mockeries and worst of insults? Well may they say in their anguish, quote, "Our soul is exceedingly filled with the scorning of them that are at ease, and with the contempt of the proud." End quote. From the poor Negro exposed to bitterest separation, the law jealously takes away the power of writing. For him the gulf of separation yawns black and hopeless, with no redeeming signal. Ignorant of geography, he knows not whither he is going, or where he is, or how to direct a letter. To all intents and purposes, it is a separation hopeless as that of death, and as final. This ends Chapter 3, Part 2, Separation of Families. Part 3, Chapter 4 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 4, Part 1 of 2, The Slave Trade. What is it that constitutes the vital force of the institution of slavery in this country? Slavery, being an unnatural and unhealthful condition of society, being a most wasteful and impoverishing mode of cultivating the soil, would speedily run itself out in a community, and become so unprofitable as to fall into disuse, were it not kept alive by some unnatural process. What has that process been in America? Why has that healing course of nature which cured this awful wound in all the northern states stopped short on the Mason and Dixon's line? In Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Kentucky, slave labor long ago impoverished the soil almost beyond recovery, and became entirely unprofitable. In all these states it is well known that the question of emancipation has been urgently presented. It has been discussed in legislatures, and Southern men have poured forth on the institution of slavery such anathemas as only Southern men can pour forth. All that has ever been said of it at the North has been said in fourfold thunders in these Southern discussions. The state of Kentucky once came within one vote in her legislature of taking measures for gradual emancipation. The state of Virginia has come almost equally near, and Maryland has long been waiting at the door. There was a time when no one doubted that all these states would soon be free states, and what is now the reason that they are not? Why are these discussions now silenced, and why does this noble determination now retrograde? The answer is in a word. It is the extension of slave territory, the opening of the great Southern slave market, and the organization of the great internal slave trade that has arrested the progress of emancipation. While these states were beginning to look upon the slave as one who might possibly yet become a man, while they meditated giving to him and his wife and children the inestimable blessings of liberty, this great Southern slave mart was opened. It began by the addition of Missouri as slave territory, and the votes of 2 Northern men were those which decided this great question. Then by the assent and concurrence of Northern men came in all the immense acquisition of slave territory, which now opened so boundless a market to tempt the avarice and cupidity of the Northern slave-raising states. This acquisition of territory has deferred perhaps for indefinite ages the emancipation of a race. It has condemned to sorrow and heartbreaking separation, to groans and wailings, hundreds of thousands of slave families. It has built through all the Southern states slave warehouses, with all their ghastly furnishings of gags and thumbscrews and cowhides. It has organized unnumbered slave coffles, clanking their chains and filing in mournful march through this land of liberty. This accession of slave territory hardened the heart of the master. It changed what was before, in comparison, a kindly relation into the most horrible and inhuman of trades. The planter, whose slaves had grown up around him, and whom he had learned to look upon almost as men and women, saw on every sable forehead now nothing but its market value. This man was $1,000, and this $800. The black baby in its mother's arms was $100 bill, and nothing more. All those nobler traits of mind and heart which should have made the slave a brother became only so many stamps on his merchandise. Is the slave intelligent? Good. That raises his price $200. Is he conscientious and faithful? Good. Stamp it down in his certificate. It's worth $200 more. Is he religious? Does that Holy Spirit of God, whose name we mention with reverence and fear, make that despised form his temple? Let that also be put down in the estimate of his market value, and the gift of the Holy Ghost shall be sold for money. Is he a minister of God? Nevertheless, he has his price in the market. From the church and from the communion table, the Christian brother and sister are taken to make up the slave coffle. And woman, with her tenderness, her gentleness, her beauty, woman, to whom mixed blood of the black and the white have given graces perilous for a slave, what is her accursed lot in this dreadful commerce? The next few chapters will disclose facts on this subject, which ought to wring the heart of every Christian mother, if indeed she be worthy of that holiest name. But we shall not deal in assertions merely. We have started the thing to be proved. Let us show the facts which prove it. The existence of this fearful traffic is known to many, the particulars and dreadful extent of it realized but by few. Let us enter a little more particularly on them. The slave-exporting states of Maryland, Virginia, Kentucky, North Carolina, Tennessee, and Missouri. These are slave-raising states, and the others are slave-consuming states. We have shown in the preceding chapters the kind of advertisements which are usual in those states, but as we wish to produce on the minds of our readers something of the impression which has been produced on our own mind by their multiplicity and abundance, we shall add a few more here. For the state of Virginia, see all the following. Quote, The Kanawha Republican, October 20th, 1852, Charleston, Virginia. At the head, Liberty, with a banner, Drapeau sans tache. Translation: An unspoiled flag. Cash for Negroes. The subscriber wishes to purchase a few young Negroes from 12 to 25 years of age, for which the highest market price will be paid in cash. A few lines addressed to him through the post office, Kanawha, C.H., or a personal application will be promptly attended to. James L. Ficklin, October 20th, 1853. Alexandria Gazette, October 28th. Cash for Negroes. I wish to purchase immediately for the South any number of Negroes from 10 to 30 years of age, for which I will pay the very highest cash price. All communications promptly attended to. Joseph Bruin, West End, Alexandria, Virginia, October 26th. T.F. Lynchburg, Virginia, November 18th. Negroes wanted. The subscriber, having located in Lynchburg, is giving the highest cash prices for Negroes between the ages of 10 and 30 years. Those having Negroes for sale may find it to their interest to call on him at the Washington Hotel, Lynchburg, or address him by letter. All communications will receive prompt response. J. B. McClendon. November 5th, D.L.Y. Rockingham Register, November 13th. Cash for Negroes. I wish to purchase a number of Negroes of both sexes and all ages for the Southern market, for which I will pay the highest cash prices. Letters addressed to me at Winchester, Virginia, will be promptly attended to. H. J. McDaniel, agent for William Crowe. November 24th, 1846, T.F. Richmond Whig, November 16th. Pullman and Davis, auctioneers for the sale of Negroes, D.M. Pullman, Hector Davis. The subscribers continue to sell Negroes at their office on Wall Street. From their experience in the business, they can safely ensure the highest prices for all Negroes entrusted to their care. They will make sales of Negroes in estates, and would say to commissioners, executors, and administrators that they will make their sales on favorable terms. They are prepared to board and lodge Negroes comfortably at 25 cents per day. Notice: cash for slaves. Those who wish to sell slaves in Buckingham and the adjacent counties in Virginia, by application to Anderson D. Abraham, Sr., or his son, Anderson D. Abraham, Jr., they will find sale at the highest cash prices for 150 to 200 slaves. One or the other of the above parties will be found for the next 8 months at their residence in the aforesaid county and state. Address: Anderson D. Abraham, Sr., Maysville Post Office, White Oak Grove, Buckingham County, Virginia. Winchester Republican, June 29, 1852. Negroes wanted. The subscriber, having located himself in Winchester, Virginia, wishes to purchase a large number of slaves of both sexes, for which he will give the highest price in cash. Persons wishing to dispose of slaves will find it to their advantage to give him a call before selling. All communications addressed to him at the Taylor Hotel, Winchester, Virginia, will meet with prompt attention. Elijah McDowell, agent for B.M. and William M. Campbell of Baltimore. December 27, 1851, L.Y. For Maryland, Port Tobacco Times, October, 1852. Slaves wanted. The subscriber is permanently located at Middleville, Charles County, immediately on the road from Port Tobacco to Allen's Fresh, where he will be pleased to buy any slaves that are for sale. The extreme value will be given at all times, and liberal commissions paid for information leading to a purchase. Apply personally or by letter addressed to Allen's Fresh, Charles County. John G. Campbell. Middleville, April 14, 1852. Cambridge, Maryland Democrat, October 27, 1852. Negroes wanted. I wish to inform the slaveholders of Dorchester and the adjacent counties that I am again in the market. Persons having Negroes that are slaves for life to dispose of will find it to their interest to see me before they sell, as I am determined to pay the highest prices in cash that the Southern market will justify. I can be found at A. Hall's Hotel in Easton, where I will remain until the 1st day of July next. Communications addressed to me at Easton or information given to William Bell in Cambridge will meet with prompt attention. I will be at John Bradshaw's Hotel in Cambridge every Monday. William Harker, October 6, 1852, 3 M. The Westminster Carrolltonian, October 22, 1852. 25 Negroes wanted. The undersigned wishes to purchase 25 likely young Negroes, for which the highest cash prices will be paid. All communications addressed to me in Baltimore will be punctually attended to. Lewis Winters, January 2nd, T.F. For Tennessee, the following. Nashville True Whig, October 20th, 1852. For sale, 21 likely Negroes of different ages, October 6th. A. McLean, General Agent. Wanted. I wish to purchase immediately a Negro man, carpenter, and will give a good price, October 6th. A. McLean, General Agent. Nashville Gazette, October 22nd. For sale, several likely girls from 10 to 18 years old, a woman 24, and a very valuable woman 25 years old, with 3 very likely children. Williams and Glover, A.B.U. October 16th, 1852. Wanted. I want to purchase 25 likely Negroes between the ages of 18 and 25, male and female, for which I will pay the highest price in cash. A. McLean, Cherry Street, October 20th. The Memphis Daily Eagle and Enquirer, 500 Negroes wanted. We will pay the highest cash price for all good Negroes offered. We invite all those having Negroes for sale to call on us at our mart, opposite the lower steamboat landing. We will also have a large lot of Virginia Negroes for sale in the fall. We have as safe a jail as any in the country, where we can keep Negroes safe for those that wish them kept. Bolton, Dickens and Company. J.E. 13, D. and W. Land and Negroes for sale. A good bargain will be given in about 400 acres of land. 200 acres are in a fine state of cultivation, fronting the railroad about 10 miles from Memphis, together with 18 or 20 likely Negroes, consisting of men, women, boys, and girls. Good time will be given on a portion of the purchase money. J. M. Provine, October 17th, 1 M. Clarksville Chronicle, December 3rd, 1852. Negroes wanted. We wish to hire 25 good steamboat hands for the New Orleans and Louisville trade. We will pay very full prices for the season, commencing about the 15th November. McClure and Crozier, agents, S.B. Belpoor. September 10th, 1852, 1 M. Missouri, the Daily St. Louis Times, October 14th, 1852. Reuben Bartlett. On Chestnut, between 6th and 7th Streets, near the city jail, will pay the highest price in cash for all good Negroes offered. There are also other buyers to be found in the office, very anxious to purchase, who will pay the highest prices given in cash. Negroes boarded at the lowest prices. July 15th, 6 M. Negroes. Blakely and McAfee having dissolved co-partnership by mutual consent, the subscriber will at all times pay the highest cash prices for Negroes of every description. Will also attend to the sale of Negroes on commission, having a jail and yard fitted up expressly for boarding them. Negroes for sale at all times. 3 A.B. McAfee, 93rd Olive Street. 100 Negroes wanted. Having just returned from Kentucky, I wish to purchase as soon as possible 100 likely Negroes, consisting of men, women, boys, and girls, for which I will pay at all times from $50 to $100 on the head, more money than any other trading man in the city of St. Louis or the state of Missouri. I can at all times be found at Barnum's City Hotel, St. Louis, Missouri. JE12D and WLY, John Mattingly. From another St. Louis paper, Negroes Wanted. I will pay at all times the highest price in cash for all good Negroes offered. I am buying for the Memphis and Louisiana markets and can afford to pay and will pay as high as any trading man in this state. All those having Negroes to sell will do well to give me a call at number 210, corner of 6th and Wash Streets, St. Louis, Missouri. Thomas Dickens, of the firm of Bolton, Dickens and Company. 018 6M. 100 Negroes Wanted. Having just returned from Kentucky, I wish to purchase 100 likely Negroes, consisting of men and women, boys and girls, for which I will pay in cash from $50 to $100 more than any other trading man in the city of St. Louis or the state of Missouri. I can at all times be found at Barnum's City Hotel, St. Louis, Missouri. JE14D and WLY, John Mattingly. B. M. Lynch, number 104 Locust Street, St. Louis, Missouri, is prepared to pay the highest prices in cash for good and likely Negroes, or will furnish boarding for others in comfortable quarters and under secure fastenings. He will also attend to the sale and purchase of Negroes on commission. Negroes for sale at all times. And W. Now we ask you, Christian reader, we beg you to think what sort of scenes are going on in Virginia under these advertisements. You see that they are carefully worded so as to take only the young people, and they are only a specimen of the standing season advertisements, which are among the most common things in the Virginia papers. A succeeding chapter will open to the reader the interior of these slave prisons and show him something of the daily incidents of this kind of trade. Now let us look at the corresponding advertisements in the southern states. The coffles made up in Virginia and other states are thus announced in the southern market. From the Natchez, Mississippi Free Trader, November 20th. Negroes for sale. The undersigned have just arrived direct from Richmond, Virginia, with a large and likely lot of Negroes, consisting of field hands, house servants, seamstresses, cooks, washers and ironers, a first-rate brick mason, and other mechanics, which they now offer for sale at the forks of the road near Natchez, Mississippi, on the most accommodating terms. They will continue to receive fresh supplies from Richmond, Virginia, during the season, and will be able to furnish to any order any description of Negroes sold in Richmond. Persons wishing to purchase would do well to give us a call before purchasing elsewhere. November 20th, 6M. Matthews, Branton and Company. To the public, Negroes bought and sold. Robert S. Adams and Moses J. Wicks have this day associated themselves under the name and style of Adams and Wicks for the purpose of buying and selling Negroes in the city of Aberdeen and elsewhere. They have an agent who has been purchasing Negroes for them in the old states for the last 2 months. One of the firm, Robert S. Adams, leaves this day for North Carolina and Virginia and will buy a large number of Negroes for this market. They will keep at their depot in Aberdeen during the coming fall and winter a large lot of choice Negroes, which they will sell low for cash or for bills on mobile. Robert S. Adams, Moses J. Wicks. Aberdeen, Mississippi, May 7th, 1852. Slaves, 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 fresh arrivals weekly. Having established ourselves at the forks of the road near Natchez for a term of years, we have now on hand and intend to keep throughout the entire year a large and well-selected stock of Negroes, consisting of field hands, house servants, mechanics, cooks, seamstresses, washers, ironers, etc., which we can sell and will sell as low or lower than any other house here or in New Orleans. Persons wishing to purchase would do well to call on us before making purchases elsewhere, as our regular arrivals will keep us supplied with a good and general assortment. Our terms are liberal. Give us a call. Griffin and Pullman, Natchez, October 16, 1852, 6 M. Negroes for sale. I have just returned to my stand at the forks of the road with 50 likely young Negroes for sale. R. H. Elam, September 22nd. Notice: the undersigned would respectfully state to the public that he has leased the stand in the forks of the road near Natchez for a term of years, and that he intends to keep a large lot of Negroes on hand during the year. He will sell as low or lower than any other trader at this place or in New Orleans. He has just arrived from Virginia with a very likely lot of field men and women and house servants, 3 cooks, a carpenter, and a fine buggy horse, and a saddle horse and carryall. Call and see. Thomas G. James. Daily Orleanian, October 19th, 1852. W. F. Tannehill, number 159 Gravier Street. Slaves, 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 constantly on hand, bought and sold on commission at the most reasonable prices. Field hands, cooks, washers and ironers, and general house servants. City reference given if required. October 14th. Dépôt d'esclaves de la Nouvelle-Orléans, number 68 rue Baron. William F. Tannehill et compagnon ont constamment en main un assortiment complet d'esclaves bien choisis à vendre. Aussi, vente et achat d'esclaves par commission. Nous avons actuellement en main un grand nombre de nègres à louer au mois, parmi lesquels se trouvent des jeunes garçons, domestiques de maison, cuisinières, blanchisseuses et repasseuses, nourrices, etc. References: Wright, Williams and Company, Williams, Phillips and Company, Moses Greenwood, Moon, Titus and Company, S. O. Nelson and Company, E. W. Diggs, 3 M.S. New Orleans Daily Crescent, October 21st, 1852. Slaves. James White, number 73 Baronne Street, New Orleans, will give strict attention to receiving, boarding, and selling slaves consigned to him. He will also buy and sell on commission. References: Messrs. Robson and Allen, McRae, Kaufman and Company, Pregham, Bryan and Company, September 23rd. Negroes wanted. 15 or 20 good Negro men wanted to go on a plantation. The best of wages will be given until the 1st of January, 1853. Applied to Thomas G. Mackey and Company, 5 Canal Street, corner of Magazine, upstairs. September 11th. From another number of the Mississippi Free Trader is taken the following: Negroes. The undersigned would respectfully state to the public that he has a lot of about 45 now on hand, having this day received a lot of 25 direct from Virginia, 2 to 3 good cooks, a carriage driver, a good house boy, a fiddler, a fine seamstress, and a likely lot of field men and women, all of whom he will sell at a small profit. He wishes to close out and go on to Virginia after a lot for the fall trade. Call and see Thomas G. James. The slave-raising business of the Northern States has been variously alluded to and recognized, both in the business statistics of the states and occasionally in the speeches of patriotic men, who have justly mourned over it as a degradation to their country. In 1841, the British and Foreign Anti-Slavery Society addressed to the Executive Committee of the American Anti-Slavery Society some inquiries on the internal American slave trade. A labored investigation was made at that time, the results of which were published in London, and from that volume are made the following extracts. The Virginia Times, a weekly newspaper published at Wheeling, Virginia, estimates in 1836 the number of slaves exported for sale from that state alone during the 12 months preceding at 40,000, the aggregate value of whom is computed at $24 millions. allowing for Virginia 1/2 of the whole exportation during the period in question, and we have the appalling sum total of 80,000 slaves exported in a single year from the breeding states. We cannot decide with certainty what proportion of the above number was furnished by each of the breeding states, but Maryland ranks next to Virginia in point of numbers. North Carolina follows Maryland, Kentucky, North Carolina, then Tennessee, and Delaware. The Natchez, Mississippi Courier says, quote, that the states of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Arkansas imported 250,000 slaves from the more northern states in the year 1836. This seems absolutely incredible, but it probably includes all the slaves introduced by the immigration of their masters. The following from the Virginia Times confirms this supposition. In the same paragraph, which is referred to under the second query, it is said, "We have heard intelligent men estimate the number of slaves exported from Virginia within the last 12 months at 120,000, each slave averaging at least $600, making an aggregate of $72 million. Of the number of slaves exported, not more than 1/3 have been sold, and others having been carried by their masters, who have removed. Assuming 1/3 to be the proportion of the sold, there are more than 80,000 imported for sale into the 4 states of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Arkansas. Supposing 1/2 of 80,000 to be sold into the other buying states, South Carolina, Georgia, and the territory of Florida, and we are brought to the conclusion that more than 120,000 slaves were, for some years previous to the great pecuniary pressure in 1837, exported from the breeding to the consuming states." The Baltimore American gives the following from a Mississippi paper of 1837. Quote, "The report made by the committee of the citizens of Mobile, appointed at their meeting held on the 1st instant on the subject of the existing pecuniary pressure, states that so large has been the return of slave labor that purchases by Alabama of that species of property from other states since 1833 have amounted to about $10 million annually." End quote. "Dealing in slaves," says the Baltimore, Maryland Register of 1829, "has become a large business. Establishments are made in several places in Maryland and Virginia, at which they are sold like cattle. These places of deposit are strongly built and well supplied with iron thumb screws and gags, and ornamented with cow skins and other whips, oftentimes bloody." End quote. Professor Dew, now president of the University of William and Mary in Virginia, in his review of the debate in the Virginia legislature in 1831 through 32, says on page 120, quote, "A full equivalent being left in the place of the slave, the purchase money, this immigration becomes an advantage to the state, and does not check the black population as much as at first view we might imagine, because it furnishes every inducement to the master to attend to the Negroes, to encourage breeding, and to cause the greatest number possible to be raised. Again, Virginia is, in fact, a Negro-raising state for the other states." End quote. Mr. Good of Virginia, in his speech before the Virginia legislature in January 1832, said, quote, "The superior usefulness of the slaves in the South will constitute an effectual demand, which will remove them from our limits. We shall send them from our state, because it will be our interest to do so. But gentlemen are alarmed lest the markets of other states be closed against the introduction of our slaves. Sir, the demand for slave labor must increase." End of Part 3, Chapter 4, Part 1 of 2. The Slave Trade. Part 3, Chapter 4 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Chapter 4, Part 2 of 2, The Slave Trade. In the debates of the Virginia Convention in 1829, Judge Upshur said, quote, "The value of slaves as an article of property depends much on the state of the market abroad. In this view, it is the value of land abroad and not of land here which furnishes the ratio. Nothing is more fluctuating than the value of slaves. A late law of Louisiana reduced their value 25% in 2 hours after its passage was known. If it should be our lot, as I trust it will be, to acquire the country of Texas, their price will rise again." End quote. Honorable Philip Doddridge of Virginia, in his speech in the Virginia Convention in 1829, Debates, page 89, said, "The acquisition of Texas will greatly enhance the value of the property in question, namely Virginia slaves." Reverend Dr. Graham of Fayetteville, North Carolina, at a colonization meeting held at that place in the fall of 1837, said, "There were nearly 7,000 slaves offered in New Orleans market last winter. From Virginia alone, 6,000 were annually sent to the South, and from Virginia and North Carolina there had gone to the South in the last 20 years 300,000 slaves." Honorable Henry Clay of Kentucky, in his speech before the Colonization Society in 1829, says, "It is believed that nowhere in the farming portion of the United States would slave labor be generally employed if the proprietor were not tempted to raise slaves by the high price of the Southern markets, which keeps it up in his own." End quote. The New York Journal of Commerce of October 12, 1835, contains a letter from a Virginian, whom the editor calls a very good and sensible man, asserting that 20,000 slaves had been driven to the South from Virginia that year, but little more than 3/4 of which had then elapsed. Mr. Golson of Virginia, in his speech in the legislature of that state, January 18, 1831, see the Richmond Whig, says, "It has always, perhaps erroneously, been considered by steady and old-fashioned people that the owner of land had a reasonable right to its annual profits, the owner of orchards to their annual fruits, the owner of brood mares to their product, and the owner of female slaves to their increase. We have not the fine-spun intelligence nor legal acumen to discover the technical distinctions drawn by gentlemen, that is, the distinction between female slaves and brood mares. The legal maxim of partus sequitur ventrum is coeval with the existence of the right of property itself, and is founded in wisdom and justice. It is on the justice and inviolability of this maxim that the master foregoes the service of the female slave, has her nursed and attended during the period of her gestation, and raises the helpless infant offspring. The value of the property justifies the expense, and I do not hesitate to say that in its increase consists much of our wealth." Can any comment on the state of public sentiment produced by slavery equal the simple reading of this extract, if we remember that it was spoken in the Virginia legislature? One would think the cold cheek of Washington would redden in its grave for shame that his native state had sunk so low. That there were Virginian hearts to feel this disgrace is evident from the following reply of Mr. Faulkner to Mr. Golson in the Virginia House of Delegates, 1832. See the Richmond Whig. Quote, "But he, Mr. Golson, has labored to show that the abolition of slavery would be impolitic, because your slaves constitute the entire wealth of the state, all the productive capacity Virginia possesses, and, sir, as things are, I believe he is correct. He says that the slaves constitute the entire available wealth of Eastern Virginia. Is it true that for 200 years the only increase in the wealth and resources of Virginia has been a remnant of the natural increase of this miserable race? Can it be that on this increase she places her sole dependence? Until I heard these declarations, I had not fully conceived the horrible extent of this evil. These gentlemen state the fact, which the history and present aspect of the Commonwealth but too well sustain. What, sir? Have you lived for 200 years without personal effort or productive industry, in extravagance and indolence, sustained alone by the return from the sales of the increase of slaves, and retaining merely such a number as your now impoverished lands can sustain as stock? Mr. Thomas Jefferson Randolph, in the Virginia legislature, used the following language. Liberty Bell, page 20. Quote, I agree with gentlemen in the necessity of arming the state for internal defense. I will unite with them in any effort to restore confidence to the public mind and to conduce to the sense of the safety of our wives and our children. Yet, sir, I must ask upon whom is to fall the burden of this defense? Not on the lordly masters of their 100 slaves, who will never turn out except to retire with their families when danger threatens. No, sir, it is to fall upon the less wealthy class of our citizens, chiefly upon the non-slaveholder. I have known patrols turn out where there was not a slaveholder among them, and this is the practice of the country. I have slept in times of alarm, quiet in bed, without having a thought of care, while these individuals, owning none of this property themselves, were patrolling under a compulsory process for a pittance of 75 cents per 12 hours, the very curtilage of my house, and guarding that property which was alike dangerous to them and myself. After all, this is but an expedient. As this population becomes more numerous, it becomes less productive. Your guard must be increased until finally its profits will not pay for the expense of its subjection. Slavery has the effect of lessening the free population of a country. The gentleman has spoken of the increase of the female slaves being a part of the profit. It is admitted, but no great evil can be averted, no good attained, without some inconvenience. It may be questioned how far it is desirable to foster and encourage this branch of profit. It is a practice, and an increasing practice in parts of Virginia, to rear slaves for market. How can an honorable mind, a patriot, and a lover of his country, bear to see this ancient dominion, rendered illustrious by the noble devotion and patriotism of her sons in the cause of liberty, converted into one grand menagerie, where men are to be reared for the market, like oxen for the shambles? Is it better, is it not worse than the slave trade? That trade which enlisted the labor of the good and wise of every creed and every clime to abolish it? The trader receives the slave, a stranger in language, aspect, and manners, from the merchant who has brought him from the interior. The ties of father, mother, husband, and child have all been rent in twain before he receives him. His soul has become callous. But here, sir, individuals whom the master has known from infancy, whom he has seen sporting in the innocent gambols of childhood, who have been accustomed to look to him for protection, he tears from the mother's arms and sells into a strange country, among strange people, subject to cruel taskmasters. He has attempted to justify slavery here because it exists in Africa, and has stated that it exists all over the world. Upon the same principle he could justify Mahometanism, with its plurality of wives, petty wars for plunder, robbery, and murder, and any other of the abominations and enormities of savage tribes. Does slavery exist in any part of civilized Europe? No, sir, in no part of it. End quote. The calculations in the volume from which we have been quoting were made in the year 1841. Since that time, the area of the Southern slave market has been doubled, and the trade has undergone a proportional increase. Southern papers are full of its advertisements. It is, in fact, the great trade of the country. From the single port of Baltimore, in the last 2 years, 1,033 slaves have been shipped to the Southern market, as is apparent from the following report of the Custom House officer. Abstract of the number of vessels cleared in the district of Baltimore for Southern ports having slaves on board from January 1st, 1851 to November 20th, 1852. I will here summarize the data. Various vessels, comprised of sloops, barks, ships, and schooners of various names, bound for Norfolk, Virginia, New Orleans, Aquaria Creek, Virginia, Charleston, and Savannah, total of 1,033 slaves. If we look back to the advertisements, we shall see that the traders take only the younger ones between the ages of 10 and 30. But this is only one port and only one mode of exporting, for multitudes of them are sent in coffles over land, and yet Mr. J. Thornton Randolph represents the Negroes of Virginia as living in pastoral security, smoking their pipes under their own vines and fig trees, the venerable patriarch of the flock declaring that he never had here such a ting as a nigger sold to Georgia in all his life, unless that nigger did something very bad. An affecting picture of the consequences of this traffic upon both master and slave is drawn by the committee of the volume from which we have quoted. The writer cannot conclude this chapter better than by the language which they have used. Quote, "This system bears with extreme severity upon the slave. It subjects him to a perpetual fear of being sold to the soul driver, which to the slave is the realization of all conceivable woes and horrors more dreaded than death. An awful apprehension of this fate haunts the poor sufferer by day and by night from his cradle to his grave. Suspense hangs like a thundercloud over his head. He knows that there is not a passing hour, whether he wakes or sleeps, which may not be the last that he shall spend with his wife and children. Every day or week some acquaintance is snatched from his side, and thus the consciousness of his own danger is kept continually awake. Surely my turn will come next, is his harrowing conviction, for he knows that he was reared for this, as the ox for the yoke, or the sheep for the slaughter." In this aspect, the slave's condition is truly indescribable. Suspense, even when it relates to an event of no great moment, and endureth but for a night, is hard to bear. But when it broods over all, absolutely all that is dear, chilling the present with its deep shade, and casting its awful gloom over the future, it must break the heart. Such is the suspense under which every slave in the breeding states lives. It poisons all his little lot of bliss. If a father, he cannot go forth to his toil without bidding a mental farewell to his wife and children. He cannot return, weary and worn, from the field with any certainty that he shall not find his home robbed and desolate. Nor can he seek his bed of straw and rags without the frightful misgiving that his wife may be torn from his arms before morning. Should a white stranger approach his master's mansion, he fears that the soul driver has come, and awaits in terror the overseer's mandate. "You are sold. Follow that man." There is no being on earth whom the slaves of the breeding state regard with so much horror as the trader. He is to them what the prowling kidnapper is to their less wretched brethren in the wilds of Africa. The master knows this, and there is no punishment so effectual to secure labor or deter from misconduct as the threat of being delivered to the soul driver. Footnote: This horribly expressive appellation is in common use among the slaves of the breeding states. End of footnote. Another consequence of this system is the prevalence of licentiousness. This is indeed one of the foul features of slavery everywhere, but it is especially prevalent and indiscriminate where slave breeding is conducted as a business. It grows directly out of the system and is inseparable from it. The pecuniary inducement to general pollution must be very strong, since the larger the slave increase, the greater the master's gains, and especially since the mixed blood demands a considerably higher price than the pure black. End quote. The remainder of the extract contains specifications too dreadful to be quoted. We can only refer the reader to the volume we have been quoting from, page 13. The poets of America, true to the holy soul of their divine art, have shed over some of the horrid realities of this trade the pathetic light of poetry. Longfellow and Whittier have told us, in verses beautiful as strung pearls, yet sorrowful as a mother's tears, some of the incidents of this unnatural and ghastly traffic. For the sake of a common humanity, let us hope that the first extract describes no common event. The Quadroon Girl, by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. The slaver in the broad lagoon lay moored with idle sail. He waited for the rising moon and for the evening gale. Under the shore his boat was tied, and all her listless crew watched the gray alligator slide into the still bayou. Odors of orange flowers and spice reached them from time to time, like airs that breathe from paradise upon a world of crime. The planter, under his roof of thatch, smoked thoughtfully and slow. The slaver's thumb was on the latch. He scorned in haste to go. He said, "My ship at anchor rides in yonder broad lagoon. I only wait the evening tides and the rising of the moon." Before them, with her face upraised, in timid attitude, like one half curious, half amazed, a quadroon maiden stood. Her eyes were large and full of light, her arms and neck were bare. No garment she wore save a kirtle bright, and her own long raven hair. And on her lips there played a smile, as holy, meek, and faint, as lights in some cathedral aisle, the features of a saint. "The soil is barren, the farm is old," the thoughtful planter said, then looked upon the slaver's gold, and then upon the maid. His heart within him was at strife with such accursed gains, for he knew whose passions gave her life, whose blood ran in her veins. But the voice of nature was too weak. He took the glittering gold. Then pale as death grew the maiden's cheek, her hands as icy cold. The slaver led her from the door. He led her by the hand, to be his slave and paramour in a strange and distant land. And now this poem, the farewell of a Virginia slave mother to her daughters sold into Southern bondage, by John G. Whittier. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, where the slave whip ceaseless swings, where the noisome insect stings, where the fever demon strews poison with the falling dews, where the sickly sunbeams glare through the hot and misty air. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, from Virginia's hills and waters. Woe is me, my stolen daughters! Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone. There no mother's eye is near them, there no mother's ear can hear them. Never, when the torturing lash seams their back with many a gash, shall a mother's kindness bless them, or a mother's arms caress them. Gone, gone, gone. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone. Oh, when weary, sad, and slow, from the fields at night they go, faint with toil and racked with pain, to their cheerless homes again. There no brother's voice shall greet them, there no father's welcome meet them. Gone, gone, gone. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, from the tree whose shadow lay on their childhood's place of play, from the cool spring where they drank, rock and hill and rivulet bank, from the solemn house of prayer and the holy councils there. Gone, gone, gone. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone, toiling through the weary day, and at night the spoilers prey. Oh, that they had earlier died, sleeping calmly side by side, where the tyrant's power is o'er, and the fetter galls no more. Gone, gone, gone. Gone, gone, sold and gone to the rice swamp dank and lone. By the holy love he beareth, by the bruised reed he spareth. Oh, may he, to whom alone all their cruel wrongs are known, still their hope and refuge prove, with a more than mother's love. Gone, gone, gone. The following extract from a letter of Dr. Bailey in the Era, 1847, presents a view of this subject more creditable to some Virginia families. May the number that refuse to part with slaves except by emancipation increase. Quote, "The sale of slaves to the South is carried to a great extent. The slaveholders do not, so far as I can learn, raise them for that special purpose, but here is a man with a score of slaves located on an exhausted plantation. It must furnish support for all, but while they increase, its capacity of supply decreases. The result is he must emancipate or sell. But he has fallen into debt, and he sells to relieve himself from debt, and also from an excess of mouths. Or he requires money to educate his children, or his negroes are sold under execution. From these and other causes, large numbers of slaves are continually disappearing from the state, so that the next census will undoubtedly show a marked diminution of the slave population. The season for this trade is generally from November to April, and some estimate that the average number of slaves passing by the Southern Railroad weekly during that period of 6 months is at least 200. A slave trader told me that he had known 100 pass in a single night. But this was only one route. Large numbers are sent off westwardly, and also by sea, coastwise. The Davises in Petersburg are the great slave dealers. They are Jews who came to that place many years ago as poor peddlers, and I am informed are members of a family which has its representatives in Philadelphia, New York, etc. These men are always in the market, giving the highest prices for slaves. During the summer and fall they buy them up at low prices, trim, shave, wash them, fatten them so that they may look sleek, and sell them to great profit. It might not be unprofitable to inquire how much Northern capital and what firms in some of the Northern cities are connected with this detestable business. There are many planters here who cannot be persuaded to sell their slaves. They have far more than they can find work for, and could at any time obtain a high price for them. The temptation is strong, for they want more money and fewer dependents, but they resist it, and nothing can induce them to part with a single slave, though they know that they would be greatly the gainers, in a pecuniary sense, were they to sell one half of them. Such men are too good to be slaveholders. Would that they might see it their duty to go one step further and become emancipators. The majority of this class of planters are religious men, and this is the class to which generally are to be referred the various cases of emancipation by will, of which from time to time we hear accounts. End of Part 3, Chapter 4, The Slave Trade.
Part 1, Chapter 5 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Jones. Chapter 5. Select Incidents of Lawful Trade, or Facts Stranger Than Fiction. The atrocious and sacrilegious system of breeding human beings for sale and trading them like cattle in the market fails to produce the impression on the mind that it ought to produce because it is lost in generalities. It is like the account of a great battle in which we learn in round numbers that 10,000 were killed and wounded, and throw the paper by without a thought. So when we read of 60 or 80,000 human beings being raised yearly and sold in the market, it passes through our mind, but leaves no definite trace. Sterne says that when he would realize the miseries of captivity, he had to turn his mind from the idea of hundreds of thousands languishing in dungeons, and bring before himself the picture of one poor solitary captive pining in his cell. In like manner, we cannot give any idea of the horribly cruel and demoralizing effect of this trade, except by presenting facts in detail, each fact being a specimen of a class of facts. For a specimen of the public sentiment and the kind of morals and manners which this breeding and trading system produces, both in slaves and in their owners, the writer gives the following extracts from a recent letter of a friend in one of the Southern States. Dear Mrs. S., the sable goddess who presides over our bed and washstand is such a queer specimen of her race that I would give a good deal to have you see her. Her whole appearance, as she goes giggling and curtsying about, is perfectly comical, and would lead a stranger to think her really deficient in intellect. This is, however, by no means the case. During our 2 months' acquaintance with her, we have seen many indications of sterling good sense that would do credit to many a white person with 10 times her advantages. She is disposed to be very communicative, seems to feel that she has a claim upon our sympathy in the very fact that we come from the North, and that we could undoubtedly gain no little knowledge of the practical workings of the peculiar institution if we thought proper to hold any protracted conversation with her. This, however, would ensure a visit from the authorities, requesting us to leave town on the next train of cars, so we are forced to content ourselves with gleaning a few items now and then, taking care to appear quite indifferent to her story, and to cut it short by dispatching her on some trifling errand. Being equally careful, however, to note down her peculiar expressions as soon as she has disappeared. A copy of these I have thought you would like to see, especially as illustrating the views of the married institution, which is a necessary result of the great human property relation system. A Southern lady who thinks Negro sentiment very much exaggerated in Uncle Tom's Cabin assures us that domestic attachments cannot be very strong, where one man will have 2 or 3 wives and families on as many different plantations. And the lady of our hotel tells us of her cook having received a message from her husband that he has another wife, and she may get another husband with perfect indifference, simply expressing a hope that she won't find another here during the next month, as she must then be sent to her owner in Georgia, and would be more unwilling to go. And yet both of these ladies are quite religious, and highly resent any insinuation that the moral character of the slaves is not far above that of the free negroes at the North. With Violet's story I will also enclose that of one of our waiters, in which I think you will be interested. Violet's mother and father both died, as she says, "'fore I had any sense, leaving 11 children, all scattered. To save my life, missus, couldn't tell dis yer night where one of dem is. Massa lib in Charleston. My first husband, when he was young, nice man. He had 7 children. Den he sold off to Florida. Never hear from him again. Old folks die. Oh, that's be my boderation, miss. When old people be dead, then we be scattered all about. Then I sold up here. Now have nudder husband, have 4 children up here. I lived very easily when my young husband lived, and we had children very fast. But now dese yer ones tight fellows. Massa don't allow us to raise nothing. No pig, no goat, no dog, no nothing. Won't allow us to raise a bit of corn. We has to do just the best we can. They don't give us a single grain, but just 2 homespun frocks, no coat at all. Can't go to meeting, 'cause missus get this work done, then get dinner. In summer I goes every Sunday evening, but these here short days Time get dinner dishes washed, then time to get supper. Generally goes Baptist church. Do your people usually go there? There be's 3 shares of dem. Methodist gang, Baptist gang, 'Piscopal gang. Last summer used to have a right smart meeting in our yard. Sunday night. Master Johnson preached to us. Then he said couldn't have 2 meetings. We might go to church. Well, why? Gracious knows. I loves to go to meeting allers, especially when there's good preaching. Loves to have people talk good to me. Likes to have people read to me, too. 'Cause don't belong no church, no reason why I shan't. Does your master like to have others read to you? He won't hinder. I ain't bad to tell him when folks read to me. I have my soul to save. He have his soul to save. Our owners don't stand every few minutes and read to us. They think it is too great honor. They's very hard on us. Black preachers sometimes talk good to us and pray with us, and pray a heap for them too. I just done have a great quarrel with Dinah down in the kitchen. I tells Dinah, the way you goes on spile all the woman's character. She say she don't care. She do what she please with herself. Dinah, she slip away somehow from her first husband and have another child by Sambo. He belong Massa D. So she and her first husband, they fall out somehow. These here men, you know, is so queer. Missus, they don't never like such things. You know, Missus, things we love, we don't like have anybody else have 'em. Such a thing as that, Missus, touch your heart so, if you don't mind, 'twill fret you almost to death. If my husband was to slip away from me, Missus, that our way, it would wake me right up. I'm brack, but I don't do so to my husband neither. What I hide behind the curtain now, I don't hide it behind the curtain when I stand before God. The whole world knows it then. Dinah, second husband, say what she do for her first husband nothing to him. Now my husband don't feel so. He say he wouldn't do as Daniel do. He wouldn't buy things for the other children. Them as has the children might buy the things for 'em. Well, so there they is. Dinah's first husband come up whenever he can to see his children, and Sambo he come up to see his child and give Dinah things for it. You know, Missus, Massa had no nigger but me and one yellow girl when he bought me and my 4 children. Well, then Massa, he want me to breed, so he say, Violet, you must take some nigger in here, see? Then I say, no, Massa, I can't take any here. Then he say, you must, Violet, 'cause you see he want me breed for him, so he say plenty young fellers here. But I say I can't have any of them. Well then, Missus, he go down to Virginia, and he bring up 2 niggers, and they was pretty old men. And Missus say, one of dem's for you, Violet. And I say, no, Missus, I can't take one of dem, 'cause I don't love 'em, and I can't have one I don't love. Then Massa, he say, you must take one of these. And then if you can't love him, you must find somebody else you can love. Then I say, oh, no, Massa, can't do that. I can't have one every day. Well, then, by and by, Massa, he buy 3 more. And then Missus say, now, Violet, one's dem is for you. I say, I don't know. Maybe I can't love one of dem neither. But she say, you must have one of these. Well, so Sam and I, we live along 2 year, he watching my way, I watching his ways. At last, one night, we was standing by the woodpile together, and the moon very shine, and I don't know how it was, Missus, he answered me he want a wife, and he didn't know where he could get one. I say, plenty girls in G. He say, yeah, but maybe I shan't find any I like so well as you. Den I say, maybe he wouldn't like my ways, 'cause I's an old woman, and I have 4 children by my first husband, and anybody marry me, he must be just kind to dem children as dey was to me, else I couldn't love him. Den he say, if he had a woman to had children, mind you, he didn't say me, he would be just as kind to de children as he was to de mudder, and that's according to how she do by him. Well, we went on from one ting to another, till at last we said we'd take one another, and we've lived together ever since, and I's had 4 children by him, and he never slip away from me, nor I from him. How were you married in your yard? We just takes one another. We ask the white folks leave, and then takes one another. Some folks, they's married by the book, but then what's the use? There's my first husband. We's married by the book, and he's sold away off to Florida, and I's here. They wants to do what they please with us, so they don't want us to be married. They don't care what we does, so long we just makes money for them. My first husband, he young, and he be very kind to me. Oh, missus, he very kind indeed. He set up all night and work so as to make me comfortable. Oh, we got along very well when I had him. But he sold away off Florida, and since then, miss, I just gone to nothing. These here white people, they have here, they won't allow us nothing, nothing at all. Just gives us food and 2 suits a year, a broad stripe and a narrow stripe. You'll see them, missus. And we did see them, for Violet brought us the narrow stripe, with a request that we would fit it for her. There was just enough to cover her, but no hooks and eyes, cotton, or even lining. These extras she must get as she can, and yet her master receives from our host $8 per month for her services. We asked how she got the broad stripe made up. Oh, missus, my husband, he working now out on the farm, so he have allowance 4 pounds bacon and 1 peck of meat every week. So he stinge himself as to give me 4 pounds of bacon to pay for making my frock. Query: are there any husbands in refined circles who would do more than this? Once, finding us all 3 busy writing, Violet stood for some moments silently watching the mysterious motion of our pens, and then in a tone of deepest sadness said, "Oh, that be great comfort, missus. You can write to your friends all about everything, and have them write to you. Our people can't do so. Whether they be live or dead, we can never know. Only sometimes we hear they be dead." What more expressive comment on the cruel laws that forbid the slaves to be taught to write? The history of the serving man is thus given. George's father and mother belonged to somebody in Florida. During the war, 2 older sisters got on board an English vessel and went to Halifax. His mother was very anxious to go with them and take the whole family, but her husband persuaded her to wait until the next ship sailed, when he thought he should be able to go too. By this delay, opportunity of escape was lost, and the whole family were soon after sold for debt. George, one sister, and their mother were bought by the same man. He says, my old boss cry powerful when she, the mother, die. Say he had rather lost $2,000. She was part Indian, hair straight as yourn, and she was white as that 'ere pillow. George married a woman in another yard. He gave his reason for it. 'Cause when a man sees his wife abused, he can't help feeling it. When he hears his wife's abused, it ain't like as how it is when he sees it. Then I can fadge for her better when she's in my own yard. This wife was sold up country, but after some years became lame and sick, couldn't do much, so her massa gave her time and paid her fare to G. The sick and infirm are always provided for, you know. Hadn't seen her for 3 years, said George, but as soon as I heard of it, went right down, hired a house, and got someone to take care of her, and used to go see her every 3 months. He was a mechanic, and worked sometimes all night to earn money to do this. His master asked $20 per month for his services, and allows him 50 cents a week for clothes, etc. Jay says if he could only save, by working nights, money enough to buy himself, he would get someone he could trust to buy him. Then work hard as ever till I could buy my children. Then I'd take them from this here. Where? Oh, Philadelphia, New York, somewhere north. Why, you'd freeze to death. Oh, no, missus, I can bear cold. I want to go where I can belong to myself and do as I want to. The following communication has been given to the writer by Captain Austin Burse, shipmaster in Boston. Mr. Burse is a native of Barnstable, Cape Cod. He is well known to our Boston citizens and merchants. Start of letter by Austin Burse. I am a native of the state of Massachusetts. Between the years 1818 and 1830, I was, from time to time, mate on board of different vessels engaged in the coasting trade on the coast of South Carolina. It is well known that many New England vessels are in the habit of spending the winters on the southern coast in pursuit of this business. Our vessels used to run up the rivers for the rough rice and cotton of the plantations, which we took to Charleston. We often carried gangs of slaves to the plantations, as they had been ordered. These slaves were generally collected by slave traders in the slave pens of Charleston, brought there by various causes, such as the death of owners and division of estates, which threw them into the market. Some were sent as punishment for insubordination, or because the domestic establishment was too large, or because persons moving to the north or west preferred selling their slaves to the trouble of carrying them. We had on board our vessels from time to time numbers of these slaves, sometimes 2 or 3, sometimes as high as 70 or 80. They were separated from their families and connections with as little concern as calves and pigs are selected out of a lot of domestic animals. Our vessels used to lie in a place called Poor Man's Hole, not far from the city. We used to allow the relations and friends of the slaves to come on board and stay all night with their friends before the vessel sailed. In the morning it used to be my business to pull off the hatches and warn them that it was time to separate, and the shrieks and heartrending cries of those times were enough to make anybody's heart ache. In the year 1828, while mate on the brig Milton, from Boston bound to New Orleans, the following incident occurred, which I shall never forget. The traders brought on board 4 quadroon men in handcuffs to be stowed away for the New Orleans market. An old negro woman, more than 80 years of age, came screaming after them, "My son, oh my son!" She seemed almost frantic, and when we had got more than a mile out into the harbor, we heard her screaming yet. When we got into the Gulf Stream, I came to the men and took off their handcuffs. They were resolute fellows, and they told me that I would see that they would never live to be slaves in New Orleans. One of the men was a carpenter and one a blacksmith. We brought them into New Orleans and consigned them over to the agent. The agent told the captain afterwards that in 48 hours after they came to New Orleans they were all dead men, having every one of them killed themselves, as they said they should. One of them, I know, was bought for a fireman on the steamer Post Boy, and went down to the Belize. He jumped overboard and was drowned. The others, one was sold to a blacksmith and one to a carpenter. The particulars of their death I don't know, only that the agent told the captain that they were all dead. There was a plantation at Coosawhatchee, back of Charleston, South Carolina, kept by a widow lady who owned 80 negroes. She sent to Charleston and bought a quadroon girl, very nearly white, for her son. We carried her up. She was more delicate than our other slaves, so that she was not put with them, but was carried up in the cabin. I have been on the rice plantations on the river, and seen the cultivation of the rice in the fall of the year. The plantation hands, both men and women, work all the time above their knees in water in the rice ditches, pulling out the grass to fit the ground for sowing the rice. Hands sold here from the city, having been bred mostly to house labor, find this very severe. The plantations are so deadly that white people cannot remain on them during the summertime, except at a risk of life. The proprietors and their families are there only through the winter, and the slaves are left in the summer entirely under the care of overseers. Such overseers as I saw were generally a brutal, gambling, drinking set. I have seen slavery, in the course of my wanderings, in almost all the countries of the world. I have been to Algiers and seen slavery there. I have seen slavery in Smyrna among the Turks. I was in Smyrna when our American consul ransomed a beautiful Greek girl in the slave market. I saw her come aboard the brig Suffolk, when she came aboard to be sent to America for her education. I have seen slavery in the Spanish and French ports, though I have not been on their plantations. My opinion is that American slavery, as I have seen it in the internal slave trade, as I have seen it on the rice and sugar plantations, and in the city of New Orleans, is full as bad as slavery in any country in the world, heathen or Christian. People who go for visits or pleasure through the Southern States cannot possibly know these things which can be seen of slavery by shipmasters who run up into the back plantations of countries and who transport the slaves and produce of plantations. In my past days, the system of slavery was not much discussed. I saw these things as others did, without interference, because I no longer think it right to see these things in silence. I trade no more south of Mason-Dixon's line. End of letter by Austin Burse. The following account was given to the writer by Lewis Hayden. Hayden was a fugitive slave who escaped from Kentucky by the assistance of a young lady named Delia Webster and a man named Calvin Fairbanks. Both were imprisoned. Lewis Hayden has earned his own character as a free citizen of Boston, where he can find an abundance of vouchers for his character. Start of letter by Lewis Hayden. I belong to the Reverend Adam Runkin, a Presbyterian minister in Lexington, Kentucky. My mother was of mixed blood, white and Indian. She married my father when he was working in a bagging factory nearby. After a while, my father's owner moved off and took my father with him, which broke up the marriage. She was a very handsome woman. My master kept a large dairy, and she was the milk woman. Lexington was a small town in those days, and the dairy was in the town. Back of the college was the Masonic Lodge. A man who belonged to the lodge saw my mother when she was about her work. He made proposals of a base nature to her. When she would have nothing to say to him, he told her that she need not be so independent, for if money could buy her, he would have her. My mother told old mistress and begged that master might not sell her. But he did sell her, My mother had a high spirit, being part Indian. She would not consent to live with this man as he wished. He sent her to prison, and had her flogged, and punished her in various ways, so that at last she began to have crazy turns. When I read in Uncle Tom's Cabin about Cassie, it put me in mind of my mother, and I wanted to tell Mrs. S. about her. She tried to kill herself several times, once with a knife and once by hanging. She had long, straight black hair, but after this it all turned white like an old person's. When she had her raving turns, she always talked about her children. The jailer told the owner that if he would let her go to her children, perhaps she would get quiet. They let her out one time, and she came to the place where we were. I might have been 7 or 8 years old. Don't know my age exactly. I was not at home when she came. I came in and found her in one of the cabins near the kitchen. She sprung and caught my arms and seemed going to break them, and then said, "I'll fix you so they'll never get you." I screamed, for I thought she was going to kill me. They came in and took me away. They tied her and carried her off. Sometimes, when she was in her right mind, she used to tell me what things they had done to her. At last her owner sold her for a small sum to a man named Lackey. While with him, she had another husband and several children. After a while, this husband either died or was sold, I do not remember which. The man then sold her to another person named Bryant. My own father's owner now came and lived in the neighborhood of this man, and brought my mother with him. He had had another wife and family of children where he had been living. He and my mother came together again and finished their days together. My mother almost recovered her mind in the last days. I never saw anything in Kentucky which made me suppose that ministers or professors of religion considered it any more wrong to separate the families of slaves by sale than to separate any domestic animals. There may be ministers and professors of religion who think it is wrong, but I never met with them. My master was a minister, and yet he sold my mother, as I have related. When he was going to leave Kentucky for Pennsylvania, he sold all my brothers and sisters at auction. I stood by and saw them sold. When I was just going up on the block, he swapped me off for a pair of carriage horses. I looked at those horses with strange feelings. I had indulged hopes that the master would take me into Pennsylvania with him, and I should get free. How I looked at those horses and walked round them, and thought for them I was sold. It was commonly reported that my master had said in the pulpit that there was no more harm in separating a family of slaves than a litter of pigs. I did not hear him say it, so cannot say whether this is true or not. It may seem strange, but it is a fact. I had more sympathy and kind advice in my efforts to get my freedom from gamblers and such sort of men than Christians. Some of the gamblers were very kind to me. I never knew a slave trader that did not seem to think in his heart that the trade was a bad one. I knew a great many of them, such as Neal, McCann, Cobb, Stone, Pulliam, and Davis, etc. They were like Haley. They meant to repent when they got through. Intelligent colored people in my circle of acquaintance, as a general thing, felt no security whatsoever for their family ties. Some, it is true, who belonged to rich families felt some security, but those of us who looked deeper and knew how many were not rich that seemed so, and saw how fast money slipped away, were always miserable. The trader was all around, the slave pens at hand, and we did not know what time any of us might be in it. Then there were the rice swamps, and the sugar and cotton plantations. We had had them held before us as terrors by our masters and mistresses all our lives. We knew about them all, and when a friend was carried off, why, it was the same as death, for we could not write or hear, and never expected to see them again. I have one child who is buried in Kentucky, and that grave is pleasant to think of. I've got another that is sold, nobody knows where, and that I never can bear to think of. End of letter by Lewis Hayden. The next history is a long one, and part of it transpired in a most public manner in the face of the whole community. The history includes in it the whole account of that memorable capture of the pearl, which produced such a sensation in Washington in the year 1848. The author, however, will preface it with a short history of a slave woman who had 6 children embarked in that ill-fated enterprise. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Select Incidents of Lawful Trade, or Facts Stranger Than Fiction. Recording by William Jones. Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 1 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Chapter 6, The Edmondson Family. Concerning Old Millie and her household, liberty and equality, the schooner Pearl, an American slave ship, capture of fugitives, indignation, captives imprisoned, voyage to New Orleans and return, affecting incidents, final redemption. Chapter 6. Millie Edmondson is an aged woman, now upwards of 70. She has received the slave's inheritance of entire ignorance. She cannot read a letter of a book, nor write her own name. But the writer must say that she was never so impressed with any presentation of the Christian religion as that which was made to her in the language and appearance of this woman during the few interviews that she had with her. The circumstances of the interviews will be detailed at length in the course of the story. Millie is above middle height, of a large, full figure. She dresses with the greatest attention to neatness. A plain Methodist cap shades her face, and the plain white Methodist handkerchief is folded across the bosom. A well-preserved stuff gown and clean white apron with a white pocket handkerchief pinned to her side completes the inventory of the costume in which the writer usually saw her. She is a mulatto, and must once have been a very handsome one. Her eyes and smile are still uncommonly beautiful, but there are deep-wrought lines of patient sorrow and weary endurance on her face, which tell that this lovely and noble-hearted woman has been all her life a slave. Millie Edmondson was kept by her owners and allowed to live with her husband, with the express understanding and agreement that her service and value was to consist in breeding up her own children to be sold in the slave market. Her legal owner was a maiden lady of feeble capacity, who was set aside by the decision of court as incompetent to manage her affairs. The estate, that is to say, Millie Edmondson and her children, was placed in the care of a guardian. It appears that Millie's poor, infirm mistress was fond of her, and that Millie exercised over her much of that ascendancy which a strong mind holds over a weak one. Millie's husband, Paul Edmondson, was a free man. A little of her history, as she related it to the writer, will now be given in her own words. Her mistress, she said, was always kind to her, poor thing, but then she hadn't spirit ever to speak for herself, and her friends wouldn't let her have her own way. It always laid on my mind," she said, "that I was a slave. When I wasn't more than 14 years old, Missus was doing some work one day that she thought she couldn't trust me with, and she says to me, 'Millie, now you see it's I that am the slave and not you.' I says to her, 'Ah, Missus, I am a poor slave for all that.' I 's sorry afterwards I said it, for I thought it seemed to hurt her feelings. Well, after a while, when I got engaged to Paul, I loved Paul very much, but I thought it wasn't right to bring children into the world to be slaves, and I told our folks that I was never going to marry, though I did love Paul. But that wasn't to be allowed," she said with a mysterious air. "What do you mean?" said I. "Well, they told me I must marry, or I should be turned out of the church." "So it was," she added with a significant nod. "Well, Paul and me, we was married, and we was happy enough, if it hadn't been for that. But when our first child was born, I says to him, 'There 'tis now, Paul, our troubles is begun. This child isn't ours.' And every child I had, it grew worse and worse. 'Oh, Paul,' says I, 'what a thing it is to have children that isn't ours.' Paul, he says to me, 'Millie, my dear, if they be God's children, it ain't so much matter whether they be ours or no. They may be heirs of the kingdom, Millie, for all that.' Well, then Paul's mistress died, and she set him free, and he got him a little place about 14 miles from Washington, and they let me live out there with him and take home my tasks, for they had that confidence in me that they always knowed that what I said I'd do was as good done as if they had seen it done. I had mostly sewing, sometimes a shirt to make in a day. It was coarse, like, or a pair of sheets or some such, but whatever it was, I always got it done. Then I had all my housework, and babies to take care of, and many's the time after 10 o'clock I've took my children's clothes and washed 'em all out and ironed 'em late in the night, 'cause I couldn't never bear to see my children dirty. Always wanted to see 'em sweet and clean, and I brought 'em up and taught 'em the very best ways I was able. But nobody knows what I suffered. I never see a white man come on to the place that I didn't think, 'There now, he's coming to look at my children.' And when I saw any white man going by, I've called to my children and hid 'em, for fear he'd see 'em and want to buy 'em. Oh, ma'am, mine's been a long sorrow, a long sorrow. I've borne this heavy cross a great many years." "But," said I, "the Lord has been with you." She answered with very strong emphasis, "Ma'am, if the Lord hadn't held me up, I shouldn't been alive this day. Oh, sometimes my heart's been so heavy it seems as if I must die. And then I've been to the throne of grace, and when I'd poured out all my sorrows there, I came away light and felt that I could live a little longer." This language is exactly her own. She had often a forcible and peculiarly beautiful manner of expressing herself, which impressed what she said strongly. Paul and Millie Edmondson were both devout communicants in the Methodist Episcopal Church at Washington, and the testimony to their blamelessness of life and the consistence of their piety is unanimous from all who know them. In their simple cottage, made respectable by neatness and order, and hallowed by morning and evening prayer, they trained up their children to the best of their poor ability in the nurture and admonition of the Lord, to be sold in the slave market. They thought themselves only too happy, as one after another arrived at the age when they were to be sold, that they were hired to families in their vicinity, and not thrown into the trader's pen to be drafted for the dreaded Southern market. The mother, feeling with a constant but repressed anguish the weary burden of slavery which lay upon her, was accustomed, as she told the writer, thus to warn her daughters. "Now, girls, don't you never come to the sorrows that I have. Don't you never marry till you get your liberty. Don't you marry to be mothers to children that ain't your own." As a result of this education, some of her older daughters, in connection with the young men to whom they were engaged, raised the sum necessary to pay for their freedom before they were married. One of these young women, at the time that she paid for her freedom, was in such feeble health that the physician told her that she could not live many months, and advised her to keep the money and apply it to making herself as comfortable as she could. She answered, "If I had only 2 hours to live, I would pay down that money to die free." If this was setting an extravagant value on liberty, it is not for an American to say so. All the sons and daughters of this family were distinguished both for their physical and mental developments, and therefore were priced exceedingly high in the market. The whole family, rated by the market prices which have been paid for certain members of it, might be estimated as an estate of $15,000. They were distinguished for intelligence, honesty, and faithfulness, but above all for the most devoted attachment to each other. These children, thus intelligent, were all held as slaves in the city of Washington, the very capital where our national government is conducted. Of course, the high estimate which their own mother taught them to place upon liberty was in the way of being constantly strengthened and reinforced by such addresses, celebrations, and speeches on the subject of liberty as everyone knows are constantly being made on one occasion or another in our national capital. On the 13th day of April, the little schooner Pearl, commanded by Daniel Drayton, came to anchor in the Potomac River at Washington. The news had just arrived of a revolution in France and the establishment of a democratic government, and all Washington was turning out to celebrate the triumph of liberty. The trees in the avenue were fancifully hung with many-colored lanterns, drums beat, bands of music played. The houses of the president and other high officials were illuminated, and men, women, and children were all turned out to see the procession and to join in the shouts of liberty that rent the air. Of course, all the slaves of the city, lively, fanciful, and sympathetic, most excitable as they were by music and by dazzling spectacles, were everywhere listening, seeing, and rejoicing in ignorant joy. All the heads of department, senators, representatives, and dignitaries of all kinds marched in procession to an open space on Pennsylvania Avenue, and there delivered congratulatory addresses on the progress of universal freedom. With unheard-of imprudence, the most earnest defenders of slave-holding institutions poured down on the listening crowd, both black and white, bond and free, the most inflammatory and incendiary sentiments. Such, for example, as the following language of Hon. Frederick P. Stanton of Tennessee: "We do not, indeed, propagate our principles with the sword of power, but there is one sense in which we are propagandists. We cannot help being so. Our example is contagious. In the section of this great country where I live, on the banks of the mighty Mississippi River, we have the true emblem of the tree of liberty. There you may see the giant cottonwood spreading its branches widely to the winds of heaven. Sometimes the current lays bare his roots, and you behold them extending far around and penetrating to an immense depth in the soil. When the season of maturity comes, the air is filled with a cotton-like substance, which floats in every direction, bearing on its light wings the living seeds of the mighty tree. Thus the seeds of freedom have emanated from the tree of our liberties. They fill the air. They are wafted to every part of the habitable globe, and even in the barren sands of tyranny they are destined to take root. The tree of liberty will spring up everywhere, and nations will recline in its shade. Senator Foote of Mississippi also used this language. Such as has been the extraordinary course of events in France and in Europe within the last 2 months, that the more deliberately we survey the scene which has been spread out before us, and the more rigidly we scrutinize the conduct of its actors, the more confident does our conviction become that the glorious work which has been so well begun cannot possibly fail of complete accomplishment. That the age of tyrants and slavery is rapidly drawing to a close, and that the happy period to be signalized by the universal emancipation of man from the fetters of civil oppression and the recognition in all countries of the great principles of popular sovereignty, equality, and brotherhood is at this moment visibly commencing. Will anyone be surprised after this that 77 of the most intelligent young slaves, male and female, in Washington City, honestly taking Mr. Foote and his brother senators at the word, and believing that the age of tyrants and slavery was drawing to a close, banded together and made an effort to obtain their part in this reign of universal brotherhood? The schooner Pearl was lying in the harbor, and Captain Drayton was found to have the heart of a man. Perhaps he, too, had listened to the addresses on Pennsylvania Avenue and thought, in the innocence of his heart, that a man who really did something to promote universal emancipation was no worse than the men who only made speeches about it. At any rate, Drayton was persuaded to allow these 77 slaves to secrete themselves in the hold of his vessel, and among them were 6 children of Paul and Millie Edmondson. The incidents of the rest of the narrative will now be given as obtained from Mary and Emily Edmondson by the lady in whose family they have been placed by the writer for an education. Some few preliminaries may be necessary in order to understand the account. A respectable colored man by the name of Daniel Bell, who had purchased his own freedom, resided in the city of Washington. His wife, with her 8 children, were set free by her master when on his deathbed. The heirs endeavored to break the will on the grounds that he was not of sound mind at the time of its preparation. The magistrate, however, before whom it was executed, by his own personal knowledge of the competence of the man at the time, was enabled to defeat their purpose. The family, therefore, lived as free for some years. On the death of this magistrate, the heirs again brought the case into court, and it seemed likely to be decided against the family. They resolved to secure their legal rights by flight, and engaged passage on board the vessel of Captain Drayton. Many of their associates and friends, stirred up, perhaps, by the recent demonstration in favor of liberty, begged leave to accompany them in their flight. The seeds of the cottonwood were flying everywhere and springing up in all hearts, so that on the eventful evening of the 15th of April, 1848, not less than 77 men, women, and children, with beating hearts and anxious secrecy, stowed themselves away in the hold of the little schooner. And Captain Drayton was so wicked that he could not, for the life of him, say nay to one of them. Richard Edmondson had long sought to buy his liberty, had toiled for it early and late, but the price set upon him was so high that he despaired of ever earning it. On this evening he and his 3 brothers thought, as the reign of universal brotherhood had begun, and the reign of tyrants and slavery come to an end, that they would take to themselves and their sisters that sacred gift of liberty, which all Washington had been informed 2 evenings before. It was the peculiar province of America to give all nations. Their 2 sisters, aged 16 and 14, were hired out to families in the city. On this evening, Samuel Edmondson called at the house where Emily lived, and told her of the projected plan. "But what will mother think?" said Emily. "She would rather we'd be free than to spend time to talk about her." "Well, then, if Mary will go, I will." The girls gave as a reason for wishing to escape that though they had never suffered hardship or been treated unkindly, yet they knew they were liable at any time to be sold into rigorous bondage and separated far from all they loved. They then all went on board the Pearl, which was lying a little way off from the place where vessels usually anchor. There they found a company of slaves, 77 in number. At 12 o'clock at night, the silent wings of the little schooner were spread, and with her weight of fear and mystery she glided out into the stream. A fresh breeze sprang up, and by 11 o'clock next night they had sailed 200 miles from Washington, and began to think that liberty was gained. They anchored in a place called Cornfield Harbor, intending to wait for daylight. All lay down to sleep in peaceful security, lulled by the gentle rock of the vessel and the rippling of the waters. But at 2 o'clock at night they were roused by terrible noises on deck, scuffling, screaming, swearing, and groaning. A steamer had pursued and overtaken them, and the little schooner was boarded by an infuriated set of armed men. In a moment the captain, mate, and all the crew were seized and bound, amid oaths and dreadful threats. As they, swearing and yelling, tore open the hatches of the defenseless prisoners below, Richard Edmondson stepped forward, and in a calm voice said to them, "Gentlemen, do yourselves no harm, for we are all here." With this exception, all was still among the slaves, and despair could make it. Not a word was spoken in the whole company. The men were all bound and placed on board the steamer. The women were left on board the schooner to be towed after. The explanation of their capture was this. In the morning after they had sailed, many families in Washington found their slaves missing, and the event created as great an excitement as the emancipation of France had 2 days before. At that time they had listened in the most complacent manner to the announcement that the reign of slavery was near its close, because they had not the slightest idea that the language meant anything, and they were utterly confounded by this practical application of it. More than 100 men, mounted upon horses, determined to push out into the country in pursuit of these new disciples of the doctrine of universal emancipation. Here a colored man, by the name of Judson Diggs, betrayed the whole plot. He had been provoked because, after having taken a poor woman with her luggage down to the boat, she was unable to pay the 25 cents that he demanded. So he told these admirers of universal brotherhood that they need not ride into the country, as their slaves had sailed down the river and were far enough off by this time. A steamer was immediately manned by 200 armed men, and away they went in pursuit. When the cortege arrived with the captured slaves, there was a most furious excitement in the city. The men were driven through the streets, bound with ropes, 2 and 2. Showers of taunts and jeers rained upon them from all sides. One man asked one of the girls if she didn't feel pretty to be caught running away, and another asked her if she wasn't sorry. She answered, no. If it was to do again tomorrow, she would do it the same. The man turned to a bystander and said, "Ha'n't she got good spunk?" But the most vehement excitement was against Drayton and Sayers, the captain and mate of the vessel. Ruffians, armed with dirk knives and pistols, crowded around them with the most horrid threats. One of them struck so near Drayton as to cut his ear, which Emily noticed as bleeding. Meanwhile there were mingled in the crowd multitudes of the relatives of the captives, who, looking on them as so many doomed victims, bewailed and lamented them. A brother-in-law of the Edmondsons was so overcome when he saw them that he fainted away and fell down in the street, and was carried home insensible. The sorrowful news spread to the cottage of Paul and Millie Edmondson, and, knowing that all their children were now probably doomed to the southern market, they gave themselves up to sorrow. "Oh, what a day that was!" said the old mother, when describing that scene to the writer. "Never a morsel of anything could I put into my mouth. Paul and me, we fasted and prayed before the Lord night and day for our poor children." The whole public sentiment of the community was roused to the most intense indignation. It was repeated from mouth to mouth that they had been kindly treated and never abused, and what could have induced them to try to get their liberty? All that Mr. Stanton had said of the insensible influence of American institutions, and all his pretty similes about the cottonwood seeds, seemed entirely to have escaped the memory of the community, and they could see nothing but the most unheard-of depravity in the attempt of these people to secure freedom. It was strenuously advised by many that their owners should not forgive them, that no mercy should be shown, but that they should be thrown into the hands of the traders forthwith for the southern market, that Siberia of the irresponsible despots of America. When all the prisoners were lodged in jail, the owners came to make oath to their property, and the property was also required to make oath to their owners. Among them came the married sisters of Mary and Emily, but were not allowed to enter the prison. The girls looked through the iron gates of the third-story windows and saw their sisters standing below in the yard weeping. The guardian of the Edmondsons, who acted in the place of the real owner, apparently touched with their sorrow, promised their family and friends, who were anxious to purchase them, if possible, that they should have an opportunity the next morning. Perhaps he intended at the time to give them one, but as Brown and Hill, the keepers of the large slave warehouse in Alexandria, offered him $4,500 for the 6 children, they were irrevocably sold before the next morning. Brown would listen to no terms which any of their friends could propose. The lady with whom Mary had lived offered $1,000 for her, but Brown refused, saying he could get double that sum in the New Orleans market. He said he had had his eye upon the family for 12 years, and had the promise of them should they ever be sold. While the girls remained in the prison, they had no beds or chairs, though the nights were chilly. But, understanding that the rooms below, where the brothers were confined, were still colder, and that no blankets were given them, they sent their own down to them. In the morning they were allowed to go down into the yard for a few moments, and then they used to run to the windows of the brothers' room to bid them good morning and kiss them through the grate. At 10 o'clock Thursday night the brothers were handcuffed, and with their sisters taken into carriages by their new owners, driven to Alexandria, and put into a prison called a Georgia pen. The girls were put into a large room alone, in total darkness, without bed or blanket, where they spent the night in sobs and tears, in utter ignorance of their brother's fate. At 8 o'clock in the morning they were called to breakfast, when, to their great comfort, they found their 4 brothers all in the same prison. They remained there about 4 weeks, being usually permitted by day to stay below with their brothers, and at night to return to their own rooms. Their brothers had great anxieties about them, fearing they would be sold south. Samuel, in particular, felt very sadly, as he had been the principal actor in getting them away. He often said he would gladly die for them, if that would save them from the fate he feared. He used to weep a great deal, though he endeavored to restrain his tears in their presence. While in the slave prison, they were required to wash for 13 men, though their brothers had performed a great share of the labor. Before they left, their size and weight were measured by their owners. At length they were again taken out, and the brothers handcuffed, and all put on board a steamboat, where there were about 40 slaves, mostly men, and taken to Baltimore. The voyage occupied 1 day and a night. When arrived in Baltimore, they were thrown into a slave pen kept by a partner of Brown and Hill. He was a man of coarse habits, constantly using the most profane language and grossly obscene and insulting in his remarks to women. Here they were forbidden to pray together, as they had previously been accustomed to do. But by rising very early in the morning, they secured to themselves a little interval which they could employ uninterrupted in this manner. They, with 4 or 5 other women in the prison, used to meet together before daybreak to spread their sorrows before the refuge of the afflicted, and in these prayers the hard-hearted slave dealer was daily remembered. The brothers of Mary and Emily were very gentle and tender in their treatment of their sisters, which had an influence upon other men in their company. At this place they became acquainted with Aunt Rachel, a most godly woman, about middle age, who had been sold into the prison away from her husband. The poor husband used often to come to the prison and beg the trader to sell her to his owners, who he thought were willing to purchase her if the price was not too high. But he was driven off with brutal threats and curses. They remained in Baltimore about 3 weeks. The Friends in Washington, though hitherto unsuccessful in their efforts to redeem the family, were still exerting themselves in their behalf, and one evening a message was received from them by telegraph, stating that a person would arrive in the morning train of cars prepared to bargain for the family, and that a part of the money was now ready. But the trader was inexorable, and in the morning, an hour before the cars were to arrive, they were all put on board the brig Union, ready to sail for New Orleans. The messenger came and brought $900 in money, the gift of a grandson of John Jacob Astor. This was finally appropriated to the ransom of Richard Edmondson, as his wife and children were said to be suffering in Washington, and the trader would not sell the girls to them upon any consideration, nor would he even suffer Richard to be brought back from the brig, which had not yet sailed. The bargain was, however, made, and the money deposited in Baltimore. On this brig, the 11 women were put in one small apartment, and the 30 or 40 men in an adjoining one. Emily was very seasick most of the time, and her brothers feared she would die. They used to come and carry her out on deck and back again, buy little comforts for their sisters, and take all possible care of them. Frequently headwinds blew them back, so that they made very slow progress. And in their prayer meetings, which they held every night, they used to pray that headwinds might blow them to New York. And one of the sailors declared that if they could get within 100 miles of New York, and the slaves would stand by him, he would make way with the captain and pilot them into New York himself. When they arrived near Key West, they hoisted a signal for a pilot, the captain being aware of the dangers of the place, and not yet knowing how to avoid them. As the pilot boat approached, the slaves were all fastened below, and a heavy canvas thrown over the grated hatchway door, which entirely excluded all circulation of air and almost produced suffocation. The captain and pilot had a long talk about the price, and some altercation ensued, the captain not being willing to give the price demanded by the pilot, during which time there was great suffering below. The women became so exhausted that they were mostly helpless, and the situation of the men was not much better, though they managed with a stick to break some holes through the canvas on their side, so as to let in a little air. But only a few of the strongest could get there to enjoy it. Some of them shouted for help, as long as their strength would permit. And at length, after what seemed to them an almost interminable interview, the pilot left, refusing to assist them. The canvas was removed, and the brig obliged to turn back and take another course. Then, one after another, as they got air and strength, crawled out on deck. Mary and Emily were carried out by their brothers as soon as they were able to do it. Soon after this, the stock of provisions ran low, and the water failed, so that the slaves were restricted to a gill a day. The sailors were allowed a quart each, and often gave a pint of it to one of the Edmondsons for their sisters, and they divided it with the other women, as they always did every nice thing they got in such ways. The day they arrived at the mouth of the Mississippi, a terrible storm arose, and the waves rolled mountain high, so that when the pilot boat approached, it would sometimes seem to be entirely swallowed by the waves, and again it would emerge, and again appear wholly buried. At length they were towed into and up the river by a steamer, and there, for the first time, saw cotton plantations, and gangs of slaves at work on them. They arrived at New Orleans in the night, and about 10 the next day were landed and marched to what they called the showrooms, and going out into the yard saw a great many men and women sitting around with such sad faces that Emily soon began to cry, upon which an overseer stepped up and struck her on the chin and bade her stop crying, or he would give her something to cry about. Then, pointing, he told her there was the calaboose where they whipped those who did not behave themselves. As soon as he turned away, a slave woman came and told her to look cheerful, if she possibly could, as it would be better for her. One of her brothers soon came to inquire what the woman had been saying to her, and when informed, encouraged Emily to follow the advice and endeavor to profit by it himself. That night all the 4 brothers had their hair cut close, their mustaches shaved off, and their usual clothing exchanged for a blue jacket and pants, all of which so altered their appearance that at first their sisters did not know them. Then for 3 successive days they were all obliged to stand in an open porch fronting the street for passers-by to look at, except when one was tired out, she might go in for a little time, and another take her place. Whenever buyers called, they were paraded in the auction rooms in rows, exposed to coarse jokes and taunts. When anyone took a liking to any girl in the company, he would call her to him, take hold of her, open her mouth, look at her teeth, and handle her person rudely, frequently making obscene remarks, and she must stand and bear it without resistance. Mary and Emily complained to the brothers that they could not submit to such treatment. They conversed about it with Wilson, a partner of Brown and Hill, who had the charge of the slaves at this prison. After this, they were treated with more decency. Another brother of the girls, named Hamilton, had been enslaved in or near New Orleans for 16 years, and had just purchased his own freedom for $1,000, having once before earned that sum for himself, and then had it taken from him. Richard, being now really free, as the money was deposited in Baltimore for his ransom, found him out the next day after their arrival in New Orleans, and brought him to the prison to see his brothers and sisters. The meeting was overpoweringly affecting. He had never before seen his sister Emily, as he had been sold away from his parents before her birth. The girls' lodging room was occupied at night by about 20 or 30 women, who all slept on the bare floor, with only a blanket each. After a few days, word was received, which was really incorrect, that half the money had been raised for the redemption of Mary and Emily. After this, they were allowed, upon their brother's earnest request, to go to their free brother's house and spend their nights, and return in the mornings, as they had suffered greatly from the mosquitoes and other insects, and their feet were swollen and sore. While at this prison, some horrible cases of cruelty came to their knowledge, and some of them under their own observation. 2 persons, 1 woman and 1 boy, were whipped to death in the prison while they were there, though they were not in the same pen or owned by the same trader as themselves. None of the slaves were allowed to sleep in the daytime, and sometimes little children, sitting or standing idle all day, would become so sleepy as not to be able to hold up their eyelids. But if they were caught thus by the overseer, they were cruelly beaten. Mary and Emily used to watch the little ones and let them sleep until they heard the overseers coming, and then spring and rouse them in a moment. One young woman, who had been sold by the traders for the worst of purposes, was returned, not being fortunate enough to suit her purchaser, and it is their custom in such cases was most cruelly flogged, so much so that some of her flesh mortified, and her life was despaired of. When Mary and Emily first arrived at New Orleans, they saw and conversed with her. She was then just beginning to sit up, was quite small, and very fine-looking, with beautiful straight hair, which was formerly long, but had been cut off short by her brutal tormentors. The overseer who flogged her said, in their hearing, that he would never flog another girl in that way. It was too much for anyone to bear. They suggested that perhaps the reason why he had promised this was because he was obliged to be her nurse, and of course saw her sufferings. She was from Alexandria, but they had forgotten her name. One young man and woman of their company in the prison, who were engaged to be married and were sold to different owners, felt so distressed at their separation that they could not or did not labor well, and the young man was soon sent back with a complaint that he would not answer the purpose. Of course, the money was to be refunded, and he flogged. He was condemned to be flogged each night for a week, and after about 200 lashes by the overseer, each one of the male slaves in the prison was required to come and lay on 5 lashes with all his strength, upon penalty of being flogged himself. The young woman, too, was soon sent there with a note from her new mistress, requesting that she might be whipped a certain number of lashes, and enclosing the money to pay for it, which request was readily complied with. End of Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 1, The Edmondson Family. Recording by William Jones. Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 2, The Edmondson Family, from A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by William Jones. Chapter 6, The Edmondson Family. While in New Orleans, they saw gangs of women cleaning the streets, chained together, some with a heavy iron ball attached to the chain, a form of punishment frequently resorted to for household servants who had displeased their mistresses. Hamilton Edmondson, the brother who had purchased his own freedom, made great efforts to get good homes for his brothers and sisters in New Orleans, so that they need not be far separated from each other. One day, Mr. Wilson, the overseer, took Samuel away with him in a carriage, and returned without him. The brothers and sisters soon found that he was sold, and gone they know not whither, but they were not allowed to weep or even look sad upon pain of severe punishment. The next day, however, to their great joy, he came to the prison himself, and told them that he had a good home in the city with an Englishman who had paid $1,000 for him. After remaining about 3 weeks in this prison, the Edmondsons were told that, in consequence of the prevalence of yellow fever in the city, together with the fact of their not being acclimated, it was deemed dangerous for them to remain there longer. And, besides this, purchasers were loath to give good prices under these circumstances. Some of the slaves in the pen were already sick, some of them old, poor, or dirty, and for these reasons greatly exposed to sickness. Richard Edmondson had already been ransomed, and must be sent back, and upon the whole it was thought best to fit out and send off a gang to Baltimore without delay. The Edmondsons received these tidings with joyful hearts, for they had not yet been undeceived with regard to the raising of the money for their ransom. Their brother, who was free, procured for them many comforts for the voyage, such as a mattress, blankets, sheets, and different kinds of food and drink. And, accompanied to the vessel by their friends there, they embarked on the brig Union just at night, and were towed out of the river. The brig had nearly a full cargo of cotton, molasses, sugar, and so forth, and of course the space for the slaves was exceedingly limited. The place allotted the females was a little, close, filthy room, perhaps 8 or 10 feet square, filled with cotton within 2 or 3 feet of the top of the room, except for the space directly under the hatchway door. Richard Edmondson kept his sisters upon deck with him, though without a shelter, prepared their food himself, made up their bed at night on the tops of barrels, or wherever he could find a place, and then slept by their side. Sometimes a storm would arise in the middle of the night, when he would spring up and wake them, and gathering up their bed and bedding, conduct them to a little kind of pantry, where they could all three just stand till the storm passed away. Sometimes he contrived to make a temporary shelter for them out of bits of boards and something else on deck. After a voyage of 16 days, they arrived at Baltimore, fully expecting that their days of slavery were numbered. Here they were conducted back to that same old prison from which they had been taken a few weeks before, though they supposed it would be but for an hour or two. Presently, Mr. Bigelow of Washington came for Richard. When the girls found that they were not to be set free too, their grief and disappointment were unspeakable. But they were separated, Richard to go to his home, his wife and children, and they to remain in the slave prison. Wearisome days and nights rolled on. In the mornings they were obliged to march around the yard to the music of fiddles, banjos, and so forth. In the daytime they washed and ironed for the male slaves, slept some, and wept a great deal. After a few weeks their father came to visit them, accompanied by their sister. His object was partly to ascertain what were the very lowest terms upon which their keeper would sell the girls, as he indulged a faint hope that in some way or another the money might be raised if time enough were allowed. The trader declared that he should soon send them to some other slave market, but he would wait 2 weeks, and if the friends could raise the money in that time, they might have them. The night their father and sister spent in the prison with them, he laid in the room over their heads, and they could hear him groan all night, while their sister was weeping by their side. None of them closed their eyes in sleep. In the morning came again the wearisome routine of the slave prison. Old Paul walked quietly into the yard, and sat down to see the poor slaves marched around. He had never seen his daughters in such circumstances before, and his feelings quite overcame him. The yard was narrow, and the girls, as they walked by him, almost brushing him with their clothes, could just hear him groaning within himself, "Oh, my children, my children." After the breakfast, which none of them were able to eat, they parted with sad hearts, the father begging the keeper to send them to New Orleans if the money could not be raised, as perhaps the brothers there might secure for them kind masters. 2 or 3 weeks afterward, Brown and Hill visited the prison, dissolved partnership with the trader, settled accounts, and took the Edmondsons again in their own possession. The girls were roused about 11 o'clock at night, after they had fallen asleep, and told to get up directly and prepare for going home. They had learned that the word of a slaveholder is not to be trusted, and feared they were going to be sent to Richmond, Virginia, as there had been talk of it. They were soon on their way in the cars with Brown, and arrived in Washington at a little past midnight. Their hearts throbbed high when, after these long months of weary captivity, they found themselves once more in the city where were their brothers, sisters, and parents. But they were permitted to see none of them, and were put into a carriage and driven immediately to the slave prison at Alexandria, where, about 2 o'clock at night, they found themselves in the same forlorn old room in which they had begun their term of captivity. This was the latter part of August. Again they were employed in washing, ironing, and sewing by day, and always locked up by night. Sometimes they were allowed to sew in Brown's house, and even to eat there. After they had been in Alexandria 2 or 3 weeks, their oldest married sister, not having heard from them for some time, came to see Brown to learn, if possible, something of their fate. And her surprise and joy were great to see them once more, even there. After a few weeks, their old father came again to see them. Hopeless as the idea of their emancipation seemed, he still clung to it. He had had some encouragement of assistance in Washington, and he proposed to go north to see if anything could be done there. And he was anxious to obtain from Brown what were the very lowest possible terms for which he would sell the girls. Brown drew up his terms in the following document, which we subjoin. Alexandria, Virginia, September 5th, 1848. The bearer, Paul Edmondson, is the father of 2 girls, Mary Jane and Emily Catherine Edmondson. These girls have been purchased by us and once sent to the South, and upon the positive assurance that the money for them would be raised if they were brought back, they were returned. Nothing, it appears, has as yet been done in this respect by those who promised, and we are on the very eve of sending them South the second time, and we are candid in saying that if they go again, we will not regard any promises made in relation to them. The father wishes to raise money to pay for them, and intends to appeal to the liberality of the humane and the good to aid him, and has requested us to state in writing the conditions upon which we will sell his daughters. We expect to start our servants to the South in a few days. If the sum of $1,200 can be raised and paid to us in 15 days, or we be assured of that sum, then we will retain them for 25 days more, to give the opportunity for the raising of the other $1,050. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to send them along with our other servants. Brown and Hill. Paul took his papers and parted from his daughters sorrowfully. After this, the time to the girls dragged on in heavy suspense. Constantly they looked for letter or message, and prayed to God to raise them up a deliverer from some quarter. But day after day and week after week passed, and the dreaded time drew near. The preliminaries for fitting up the gang for South Carolina commenced. Gay calico was bought for them to make up into show dresses, in which they were to be exhibited on sale. They made them up with far sadder feelings than they would have sewed on their own shrouds. Hope had almost died out of their bosoms. A few days before the gang were to be sent off, their sister made them a sad farewell visit. They mingled their prayers and tears, and the girls made up little tokens of remembrance to send by her as parting gifts to the brothers and sisters and aged father and mother, and with a farewell sadder than that of a deathbed, the sisters parted. The evening before the coffle was to start drew on. Mary and Emily went to the house to bid Brown's family good-bye. Brown had a little daughter who had been a pet and favorite with the girls. She clung around them, cried, and begged them not to go. Emily told her that if she wished to have them stay, she must go and ask their father. Away ran the little pleader, full of her errand, and was so very earnest in her importunities that he, to pacify her, said he would consent to their remaining if his partner, Captain Hill, would do so. At this time Brown, hearing Mary crying aloud in the prison, went up to see her. With all the earnestness of despair, she made her last appeal to his feelings. She begged him to make the case his own, and to think of his own dear little daughter. What if she were exposed to be torn away from every friend on earth, and cut off from all hope of redemption, at the very moment, too, when deliverance was expected? Brown was not absolutely a man of stone, and this agonizing appeal brought tears to his eyes. He gave some encouragement that, if Hill would consent, they need not be sent off with the gang. A sleepless night followed, spent in weeping, groaning, and prayer. Morning at last dawned, and according to orders received the day before, they prepared themselves to go, and even put on their bonnets and shawls, and stood ready for the word to be given. When the very last tear of hope was shed, and they were going out to join the gang, Brown's heart relented. He called them to him, and told them they might remain. Oh, how glad were their hearts made by this, as they might now hope on a little longer. Either the entreaties of little Martha or Mary's plea with Brown had prevailed. Soon the gang was started on foot, men, women, and children, 2 and 2, the men all handcuffed together, the right wrist of one to the left wrist of the other, and a chain passed through the middle from the handcuffs of one couple to those of the next. The women and children walked in the same manner throughout, handcuffed or chained. Drivers went before and at the side to take up those who were sick or lame. They were obliged to set off singing, accompanied with fiddles and banjos. For they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth. And this is a scene of daily occurrence in a Christian country. And Christian ministers say that the right to do these things is given by God himself. Meanwhile, poor old Paul Edmondson went northward to supplicate aid. Anyone who should have traveled in the cars at that time of night might have seen a venerable-looking black man, all of whose hair and attitude indicated a patient humility, and who seemed to carry a weight of overwhelming sorrow, like one who had long been acquainted with grief. That man was Paul Edmondson. Alone, friendless, unknown, and worst of all, black, he came into the great bustling city of New York to see if there was anyone there who could give him $2,500 to buy his daughters with. Can anybody realize what a poor man's feelings are who visits a great, bustling, rich city, alone and unknown, for such an object? The writer has now, in a letter from a slave father and husband who was visiting Portland on a similar errand, a touching expression of it. I walked all day till I was tired and discouraged. Oh, Mrs. S., when I see so many people who seem to have so many more things than they want or know what to do with, and then think that I have worked hard till I am past 40 all my life, and don't own even my own wife and children, it makes me feel sick and discouraged. So sick at heart and discouraged felt Paul Edmondson. He went to the anti-slavery office and made his case known. The sum was such a large one, and seemed to many so exorbitant, that though they pitied the poor father, they were disheartened about raising it. They wrote to Washington to authenticate the particulars of the story, and wrote to Brown and Hill to see if there could be any reduction of price. Meanwhile, the poor man looked sadly from one adviser to another. He was recommended to go to the Reverend H.W. Beecher and tell his story. He inquired his way to his door, ascended the steps to ring the doorbell, but his heart failed him. He sat down on the steps weeping. There Mr. Beecher found him. He took him in and inquired his story. There was to be a public meeting that night to raise money. The hapless father begged him to go and plead for his children. He did go, and spoke as if he were pleading for his own father and sisters. Other clergymen followed in the same strain. The meeting became enthusiastic, and the money was raised on the spot. And poor old Paul laid his head that night on a grateful pillow, not to sleep, but to give thanks. Meanwhile, the girls had been dragging on anxious days in the slave prison. They were employed in sewing for Brown's family, staying sometimes in the prison and sometimes in the house. It is to be stated here that Mr. Brown is a man of very different character from many in his trade. He is such a man as never would have been found in the profession of a slave trader, had not the most respectable and religious part of the community defended the right to buy and sell as being conferred by God himself. It is a fact, with regard to this man, that he was one of the earliest subscribers to the National Era in the District of Columbia, and when a certain individual there brought himself into great peril by assisting fugitive slaves, and there was no one found to go bail for him, Mr. Brown came forward and performed this kindness. While we abhor the horrible system and the horrible trade with our whole soul, there is no harm, we suppose, in wishing that such a man had a better occupation. Yet we cannot forbear reminding all such that, when we come to give our account at the judgment seat of Christ, every man must speak for himself alone, and that Christ will not accept as an apology for sin the word of all ministers and all the synods in the country. He has given fair warning, beware of false prophets, and if people will not beware of them, their blood is upon their own heads. The girls, while under Mr. Brown's care, were treated with as much kindness and consideration as could possibly consist with the design of selling them. There is no doubt that Brown was personally friendly to them, and really wished most earnestly that they might be ransomed. But then he did not see how he was to lose $2,500. He had just the same difficulty on this subject that some New York members of churches have had, when they have had slaves brought into their hands as security for Southern debts. He was sorry for them and wished them well, and hoped Providence would provide for them when they were sold, but still he could not afford to lose his money. And while such men remain elders and communicants in the churches of New York, we must not be surprised that there remain slave traders in Alexandria. It is one great art of the enemy of souls to lead men to compound for their participation in one branch of sin by the righteous horror of another. The slave trader has been the general scapegoat on whom all parties have vented their indignation while buying of him and selling to him. There is an awful warning given in the 50th Psalm to those who in word have professed religion, and in deed consented to iniquity, where from the judgment seat Christ is represented as thus addressing them, quote, "What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou shouldst take my covenant into thy mouth, seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee? When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentedst with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers." Close quote. One thing is certain, that all who do these things, openly or secretly, must at last make up their account with a judge who is no respecter of persons, and who will just as soon condemn an elder in the church for slave trading as a professed trader. Nay, he may make it more tolerable for the Sodom and Gomorrah of the trade for them. For it may be, if the trader had the means of grace that they have had, that he would have repented long ago. But to return to our history. The girls were sitting sewing near the open window of their cage, when Emily said to Mary, "There, Mary, is a white man that we have seen from the north." They both looked, and in a moment more saw their own dear father. They sprang and ran through the house and office, and into the street, shouting as they ran, followed by Brown, who said he thought the girls were crazy. In a moment they were in their father's arms, but observed that he trembled exceedingly, and that his voice was unsteady. They eagerly inquired if the money was raised for their ransom. Afraid of exciting their hopes too soon, before their free papers were signed, he said he would talk with them soon, and went into the office with Mr. Brown and Mr. Chaplin. Mr. Brown professed himself sincerely glad, as undoubtedly he was, that they had brought the money, but seemed much hurt by the manner in which he had been spoken of by the Reverend H.W. Beecher at the Liberation meeting in New York, thinking it hard that no difference should be made between him and other traders, when he had shown himself so much more considerate and humane than the great body of them. He, however, counted over the money and signed the papers with great goodwill, taking out a $5 gold piece for each of the girls as a parting present. The affair took longer than they supposed, and the time seemed an age to the poor girls, who were anxiously walking up and down outside the room in ignorance of their fate. Could their father have brought the money? Why did he tremble so? Could he have failed of the money at last? Or could it be that their dear mother was dead? For they had heard that she was very ill. At length a messenger came shouting to them, "You are free! You are free!" Emily thinks she sprang nearly to the ceiling overhead. They jumped, clapped their hands, laughed, and shouted aloud. Soon their father came to them, embraced them tenderly, and attempted to quiet them, and told them to prepare them to go and see their mother. This they did, they know not how, but with considerable help from the family, who all seemed to rejoice in their joy. Their father procured a carriage to take them to the wharf, and, with joy overflowing all bounds, they bade a most affectionate farewell to each member of the family, not even omitting Brown himself. The good that there is in human nature for once had the upper hand, and all were moved to tears of sympathetic joy. Their father, with subdued tenderness, made great efforts to soothe their tumultuous feelings, and at length partially succeeded. When they arrived at Washington, a carriage was ready to take them to their sister's house. People of every rank and description came running together to get a sight of them. The brothers caught them up in their arms and ran about with them, almost frantic with joy. Their aged and venerated mother, raised up from a sick bed by the stimulus of the glad news, was there, weeping and giving thanks to God. Refreshments were prepared in their sister's house for all who called, and amid greetings and rejoicings, tears and gladness, prayers and thanksgiving, but without sleep, the night passed away, and the morning of November 4th, 1848, dawned upon them free and happy. This last spring, during the month of May, as the writer has already intimated, the aged mother of the Edmondson family came on to New York, and the reason of her coming may be thus briefly explained. She had still one other daughter, the guide and support of her feeble age, or, as she calls her in her own expressive language, the last drop of blood in her heart. She also had a son, 21 years of age, still a slave on a neighboring plantation. The infirm woman, in whose name the estate was held, was supposed to be drawing near death, and the poor parents were distressed with the fear that, in case of this event, their 2 remaining children would be sold for the purpose of dividing the estate, and thus thrown into the dreaded Southern market. No one can realize what a constant horror the slave prisons and the slave traders are to all the unfortunate families in the vicinity. Everything for which other parents look upon their children with pleasure and pride is to these poor souls a source of anxiety and dismay, because it renders the child so much more a merchantable article. It is no wonder, therefore, that the light in Paul and Millie's cottage was overshadowed by this terrible idea. The guardians of these children had given their father a written promise to sell them for a certain sum, and by hard begging he had acquired $100 toward the $1,200 which were necessary. But he was now confined to his bed with sickness. After pouring out earnest prayers to the helper of the helpless, Millie says one day, she said to Paul, "I tell you, Paul, I'm going up to New York myself to see if I can't get that money." Paul says to me, "Why, Millie dear, how can you? You ain't fit to be off the bed, and you's never in the cars in your life." "Never you fear, Paul," says I. "I shall go, trusting in the Lord, and the Lord, He'll take me, and He'll bring me, that I know." So I went to the cars and got a white man to put me on board, and sure enough, there I found 2 Bethel ministers, and one sat on one side of me, and one sat the other, all the way. And they got me my tickets and looked after my things and did everything for me. There didn't anything happen to me all the way. Sometimes, when I went to sit down in the sitting rooms, people looked at me and moved off, so scornful. Well, I thought, I wish the Lord would give you a better mind. Emily and Mary, who had been at the school in New York State, came to the city to meet their mother, and they brought her directly to the Reverend Henry W. Beecher's house, where the writer was then. The writer remembers now the scene when she first met this mother and daughters. It must be recollected that they had not seen each other before for 12 years. One was sitting each side of the mother, holding her hand, and the air of pride and filial affection with which they presented her was touching to behold. After being presented to the writer, she again sat down between them, took a hand of each, and looked very earnestly first on one and then on the other, and then looking up said with a smile, "Oh, these children, how do they lie around our hearts!" Then she explained to the writer all her sorrows and anxieties for the younger children. "Now, madam," she says, "that man that keeps the great trading house at Alexandria, that man," she said with a strong, indignant expression, "he has sent to know if there's any more of my children to be sold. That man said he wanted to see me. Yes, ma'am, he said he'd give $20 to see me. Well, I wouldn't see him if he'd give me 100. He sent for me to come and see him when he had my daughters in his prison. I wouldn't go to see him. I wouldn't want to see them there." The 2 daughters, Emily and Mary, here became very much excited and broke out in some very natural but bitter language against all slaveholders. "Hush, children, you must forgive your enemies," she said. "But they're so wicked," said the girls. "Ah, children, you must hate the sin, but love the sinner." "Well," said one of the girls, "Mother, if I was taken again and made a slave of, I'd kill myself." "I trust not, child. That would be wicked." "But, Mother, I should. I know I never could bear it." "Bear it, my child?" she answered. "It's they that bears the sorrow here is they that has the glories there." There was a deep, indescribable pathos of voice and manner as she said these words, a solemnity and force, and yet a sweetness that can never be forgotten. This poor slave mother, whose whole life had been one long outrage on her holiest feelings, who had been kept from the power to read God's word, whose whole pilgrimage had been made one day of sorrow by the injustice of a Christian nation, she had yet learned to solve the highest problem of Christian ethics, and to do what so few reformers can do, hate the sin, but love the sinner. A great deal of interest was excited among the ladies in Brooklyn by this history. Several large meetings were held in different parlors, in which the old mother related her history with great simplicity and pathos, and a subscription for the redemption of the remaining 2 of her family was soon on foot. It may be interesting to know that the subscription list was headed by the lovely and benevolent Jenny Lind Goldschmidt. Some of the ladies who listened to this touching story were so much interested in Mrs. Edmondson personally that they wished to have her daguerreotype taken, both that they might be strengthened and refreshed by the sight of her placid countenance, and that they might see the beauty of true goodness beaming there. She accordingly went to the rooms with them with all the simplicity of a little child. "Oh," she said to one of the ladies, "you can't think how happy it's made me to get here, where everybody is so kind to me. Why, last night when I went home, I was so happy I couldn't sleep. I had to go and tell my Savior over and over again how happy I was." A lady spoke to her about reading something. "Law bless you, honey, I can't read a letter." "Then," said the other lady, "how have you learned so much of God and heavenly things?" "Well, 'pears like a gift from above." "Can you have the Bible read to you?" "Why, yes. Paul, he reads a little, but then he has so much work all day, and when he gets home at night he's so tired, and his eyes is bad. But then the Spirit teaches us." "Do you go much to meeting?" "Not much now. We live so far. In winter I can't never. But oh, what meetings I have had alone in the corner, my Savior and only me." The smile with which these words were spoken was a thing to be remembered. A little girl, daughter of one of the ladies, made some rather severe remarks about somebody in the daguerreotype rooms, and her mother checked her. The old lady looked up with her placid smile. "That puts me in mind," she said, "of what I heard a preacher say once. 'My friends,' says he, 'if you know of anything that will make a brother's heart glad, run quick and tell it. But if it is something that will only cause a sigh, bottle it up, bottle it up.' Oh, I often tell my children, bottle it up, bottle it up." When the writer came to part with the old lady, she said to her, "Well, goodbye, my dear friend. Remember and pray for me." "Pray for you?" she said earnestly. "Indeed I shall. I can't help it." She then, raising her finger, said, in an emphatic tone, peculiar to the old of her race, "Tell you what, we never gets no good bread ourselves till we begins to ask for our brethren." The writer takes this opportunity to inform all those friends in different parts of the country who generously contributed for the redemption of these children that they are at last free. The following extract from the letter of a lady in Washington may be interesting to them. "I have seen the Edmondson parents, Paul and his wife Millie. I have seen the free Edmondsons, mother, son, and daughter, the very day after the great era of free life commenced. While yet the inspiration was on them, while the mother's face was all light and love, the father's eyes moistened and glistening with tears, the son calm in conscious manhood and responsibility, the daughter, not more than 15 years old, I think, smiling a delightful appreciation of joy in the present and hope of the future, thus suddenly and completely unfolded. Thus we have finished the account of one of the families who were taken on board the Pearl. We have another history to give, to which we cannot promise so fortunate a termination. End of Part 3, Chapter 6, Part 2, The Edmondson Family. Recording by William Jones.
Part 3, Chapter 7 of A Key to Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Angelique Campbell, July 2018. Chapter 7, Emily Russell. Among those unfortunates guilty of loving freedom too well was a beautiful young quadroon girl named Emily Russell, whose mother is now living in New York. The writer has seen and conversed with her. She is a pious woman, highly esteemed and respected, a member of a Christian church. By the avails of her own industry she purchased her freedom, and also redeemed from bondage some of her children. Emily was a resident of Washington, D.C., a place which belongs not to any state, but to the United States, and there, under the laws of the United States, she was held as a slave. She was of a gentle disposition and amiable manners. She had been early touched with a sense of religious things, and was on the very point of uniting herself with a Christian church. But her heart yearned after her widowed mother and after freedom, and so, on the fatal night when all the other poor victims sought the pearl, the child Emily went also among them. How they were taken has already been told. The sin of the poor girl was inexpiable. Because she longed for her mother's arms and for liberty, she could not be forgiven. Nothing would do for such a sin but to throw her into the hands of the traitor. She also was thrown into Bruin and Hill's jail in Alexandria. Her poor mother in New York received the following letter from her. Read it, Christian mother, and think what if your daughter had written it to you. To Mrs. Nancy Cartwright, New York, Alexandria, January 22nd, 1850. My dear mother, I take this opportunity of writing you a few lines to inform you that I am in Bruin's jail, and Aunt Sally and all of her children, and Aunt Hagar and all of her children, and grandmother is almost crazy. My dear mother, will you please to come on as soon as you can? I expect to go away very shortly. Oh, mother, my dear mother, come now and see your distressed and heartbroken daughter once more. Mother, my dear mother, do not forsake me, for I feel desolate. Please to come now. Your daughter, Emily Russell. P.S. If you do not come as far as Alexandria, come to Washington, and do what you can. That letter, blotted and tear-soiled, was brought by this poor washerwoman to some Christian friends in New York and shown to them. What do you suppose they will ask for her? Was her question. All that she had, her little house, her little furniture, her small earnings, all these poor Nancy was willing to throw in, but all these were but as a drop to the bucket. The first thing to be done then was to ascertain what Emily could be redeemed for, and, as it may be an interesting item of American trade, we give the reply of the traders in full. Alexandria, January 31, 1850. Dear Sir, when I received your letter I had not bought the negroes you spoke of, but since that time I have bought them. All I have to say about the matter is that we paid very high for the negroes, and cannot afford to sell the girl Emily for less than $1,800. This may seem a high price to you, but cotton being very high, consequently slaves are high. We have 2 or 3 offers for Emily from gentlemen from the South. She is said to be the finest looking woman in this country. As for Hagar and her 7 children, we will take $2,500 for them. Sally and her 4 children, we will take for them $2,800. You may seem a little surprised at the difference in prices, but the difference in the negroes makes the difference in price. We expect to start south with the negroes on the 8th of February, and if you intend to do anything, you had better do it soon. Yours respectfully, Bruin and Hill. This letter came to New York before the case of the Edmondsons had called the attention of the community to this subject. The enormous price asked entirely discouraged effort, and before anything of importance was done they heard that the coffle had departed with Emily in it. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth! Let it be known in all the countries of the earth that the market price of a beautiful Christian girl in America is from $1,800 to $2,000. And yet, judicatories in the Church of Christ have said, in solemn conclave, that American slavery as it is no evil. Footnote 22. The words of the Georgia Annual Conference resolved, quote, that slavery as it exists in the United States is not a moral evil. End quote. From the table of the sacrament and from the sanctuary of the Church of Christ, this girl was torn away because her beauty was a saleable article in the slave market in New Orleans. Perhaps some Northern apologist for slavery will say that she was kindly treated here, not handcuffed by the wrist to a chain and forced to walk, as articles less choice are, that a wagon was provided and that she rode, and that food abundant was given her to eat, and that her clothing was warm and comfortable, and therefore no harm was done. We have heard it told us again and again that there is no harm in slavery if one is only warm enough and well fed and comfortable. It is true that the slave woman has no protection from the foulest dishonor and the utmost insult that can be offered to womanhood. None whatever in law or gospel. But so long as she has enough to eat and wear, our Christian fathers and mothers tell us it is not so bad. Poor Emily could not think so. There was no eye to pity, and none to help. The food of her accursed lot did not nourish her. The warmest clothing could not keep the chill of slavery from her heart. In the middle of the overland passage, sick, weary, heartbroken, the child laid her down and died. By that lonely pillow there was no mother, but there was one friend, who loveth at all times, who is closer than a brother. Could our eyes be touched by the seal of faith, where others see only the lonely wilderness and the dying girl, we perhaps should see one clothed in celestial beauty, waiting for that short agony to be over, that he might redeem her from all iniquity, and present her faultless before the presence of his grace with exceeding joy. Even the hard-hearted trader was touched with her sad fate, and we are credibly informed that he said he was sorry he had taken her. Bruin and Hill wrote to New York that the girl Emily was dead. A friend of the family went with the letter to break the news to her mother. Since she had given up all hope of redeeming her daughter from the dreadful doom to which she had been sold, the helpless mother had drooped like a stricken woman. She no longer lifted up her head, or seemed to take any interest in life. When the friend called on her, she asked eagerly, "Have you heard anything from my daughter?" "Yes, I have," was the reply. "A letter from Bruin and Hill." "And what is the news?" He thought best to give a direct answer. "Emily is dead." The poor mother clasped her hands, and looking upwards said, "The Lord be thanked! He has heard my prayers at last." And now, will it be said this is an exceptional case? It happens one time in 1,000. Though we know that this is the foulest of falsehoods, and that the case is only a specimen of what is acting every day in the American slave trade, yet, for argument's sake, let us, for once, admit it to be true. If only once in this nation, under the protection of our law, a Christian girl had been torn from the altar and the communion table, and sold to foulest shame and dishonor, would that have been a light sin? Does not Christ say, Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these, ye have done it unto me. Oh, words of woe for thee, America! Words of woe for thee, Church of Christ! Hast thou trod them under foot and trampled them in the dust so long that Christ has forgotten them? In the day of judgment every one of these words shall rise up, living and burning, as accusing angels to witness against thee. Art thou, O Church of Christ, praying daily, Thy kingdom come? Dost thou pray, Come, Lord Jesus, come quickly? Oh, what if he should come? What if the Lord whom ye seek should suddenly come into his temple? If his soul was stirred within him that he found within his temple of old those that changed money and sold sheep and oxen and doves, what will he say now when he finds them selling body, blood, and bone of his own people? And is the Christian Church, which justifies this enormous system, which has used the awful name of her Redeemer to sanction the buying, selling, and trading in the souls of men, is this church the bride of Christ? Is she one with Christ, even as Christ is one with the Father? Oh, bitter mockery! Does this church believe that every Christian's body is a temple of the Holy Ghost? Or does she think those solemn words were idle breath when 1,000 times every day and week, in the midst of her, in this temple set up and sold at auction, to be bought by any godless, blasphemous man who has money to pay for it? As to poor Daniel Bell and his family, whose contested claim to freedom was the beginning of the whole trouble, a few members of it were redeemed, and the rest were plunged into the abyss of slavery. It would seem as if this event, like the sinking of a ship, drew into its maelstrom the fate of every unfortunate being who was in its vicinity. A poor, honest, hard-working slave man of the name of Thomas Duckett had a wife who was on board the Pearl. Tom was supposed to know the men who countenanced the enterprise, and his master therefore determined to sell him. He brought him to Washington for the purpose. Some in Washington doubted his legal right to bring a slave from Maryland for the purpose of selling him, and commenced legal proceedings to test the matter. While they were pending, the counsel for the master told the men who brought action against his client that Tom was anxious to be sold, that he preferred being sold to the man who purchased his wife and children, rather than to have his liberty. It was well known that Tom did not wish to be separated from his family, and the friends here, confiding in the representations made to them, consented to withdraw the proceedings. Some time after this they received letters from poor Tom Duckett, dated 90 miles above New Orleans, complaining sadly of his condition, and making piteous appeals to hear from them respecting his wife and children. Upon inquiry, nothing could be learned respecting them. They had been sold and gone, no one knew whither. And as a punishment to Tom for his contumacy in refusing to give the name of the man who had projected the expedition of the Pearl, he was denied the privilege of going off the place and was not allowed to talk with the other servants, his master fearing a conspiracy. In one of his letters he says, "I have seen more trouble here in one day than I have in all my life." In another, "I would be glad to hear from her," referring to his wife, "but I should be more glad to hear of her death than for her to come here." In his distress Tom wrote a letter to Mr. Bigelow of Washington. People who are not in the habit of getting such documents have no idea of them. We give a facsimile of Tom's letter, with all its poor spelling, all its ignorance, helplessness, and misery. dated February 18, 1852. Mr. Bigelow, dear sir, I write to let you know how I am getting along. Hard times here. I have not had 1 hour to go outside the place since I have been on it. I put my trust in the Lord to help me. I long to hear from you all. I written to hear from you all. Mr. Bigelow, I hope you will not forget me. You know it was not my fault that I am here. I hope you will name me to Mr. Giddon, Mr. Chaplin, Mr. Bailey, to help me out of it. I believe that if they would make the least move to it, that it could be done. I long to hear from my family how they are getting along. You will please to write to me just to let me know how they are getting along. You can write to me. I remain your humble servant, Thomas Duckett. You can direct your letters to Thomas Duckett, in care of Mr. Samuel T. Harrison, Louisiana, near Bayou Goula. For God's sake, let me hear from you all. My wife and children are not out of my mind, day nor night. End of Part 3, Chapter 7. Emily Russell.